All right. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. We have some counselors away, 3 counselors away, but we do have quorum. And I'm going to ask Mayor Alcock to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you very much, Chair Stone. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabeg under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty No. 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions toward real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations. Miigwech.
Thank you very much. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that the Planning Council meeting agenda dated September 11, 2024 be adopted as printed and circulated. All in favor? And that carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Stone. I'd like to declare a disclosure of pecuniary interest for personal reasons on agenda item 5.3, Burse, 748 Old North Road.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none. All right. If there's no problem with council members, I'm going to move the deputation of Lenny Dennis for CPP 113. I'm going to move that to after the staff report on that particular file, so there's context for everyone. So I'd like to welcome everyone to the public portion of the meeting to consider applications to amend the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act. The procedure of the public meeting will be as follows. A brief explanation of the purpose and effect of the application and any correspondence received to date will be given by staff. The applicant or the representative will be asked to provide any additional comments without repeating the information already outlined by staff. Any members of the public present, in person or electronically, will then be permitted to ask questions or provide comments respecting the applications. Council will then have the opportunity to question the applicant, the planner, or anyone giving presentation. Once the public meeting is concluded, the input received and proposed amendments will be considered by council. Any persons making representation are requested to first state their name and mailing address, and please note that presentations are limited to 10 minutes. Please be informed that an appellant must provide an oral submission at a public meeting or written submission prior to the passage of the CPP bylaw amendment. Otherwise, the Ontario Land Tribunal may dismiss the appeal. If you wish to be notified of the passage of a bylaw, you must file either with the recording secretary or with the clerk a written request for notification prior to the passage of the proposed bylaw. Each notice of complete application and public meeting included an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed amendment, and notice was required to be posted at the subject lands. Notice was therefore considered to have been provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and applicable sections of the Huntsville Official Plan. And with that, Lisa is going to bring us the first application for Skidmore and Checkley.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chair Stone, and through you. Oops, I just went too far. The subject property for this application is located at 99 Vernon Reach Road. The property is within the waterfront designation of the official plan and waterfront residential 60-meter WR1 and waterfront backlot precincts, as well as a portion in the floodway zone and a portion with no precinct designation within the community planning permit bylaw. The property fronts onto Lake Vernon and is accessed via Vernon Reach Road, which is a private road. The requested amendments to the CPP bylaw are to facilitate the creation of one new waterfront residential lot with exception XXXX being the proposed severed lot, and one retained waterfront residential lot with exception YYYY, as well as an easement across the retained lands to access the proposed severed lot. The requested amendments would facilitate the creation by permitting the existing boathouse to remain in its current location prior to the construction of a principal structure, and by permitting the existing gazebo and an existing deck to remain in place but encroach into the new side yard to the west. The gazebo would be 1.5 meters from the side lot line, where 6 meters is required via the bylaw, while the deck is permitted to encroach 1 meter into the side yard as of right through the CPP bylaw, and the applicant is requesting permission for the deck to encroach 1.6 meters into the side yard, being 4.4 meters from the western side lot line. The amendment would also tidy up the precinct boundaries, putting the majority of the lands into the WR1 precinct while maintaining the floodway zone precinct along the shoreline. Staff feel this is a reasonable request, as the lot sizes and frontages conform with the policies in the official plan regarding waterfront residential lots. The boathouse on the proposed severed lot is not habitable, and a principal development envelope has been proposed for these lands, anticipating a dwelling being constructed soon after the new lot is created. The proposed building envelope on the proposed severed lot is situated far enough away from the proposed encroaching structures on the proposed retained lands to ensure buffering could be maintained, helping mitigate concerns around privacy and enjoyment of the natural character expected on waterfront residential lots. Tidying up the precinct boundaries is also desirable and appropriate to the lands, as the road allowance, which previously separated the precincts, has been incorporated into the property, and the configuration of the current lands can be appropriately described as waterfront residential. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the CPP bylaw, and no concerns or objections were received. Given the analysis of the town's policy and the proposal, the application appears to conform with the intent of the official plan, is consistent with the provincial policy statement, and meets the applicable criteria for approval under the CPP bylaw. As such, staff are recommending the application be approved, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make any comments if they'd like. Perfect. I love that. Would any member of the public wish to speak to this application? Would any member of the public that's perhaps online would like to speak to this application would need to raise their electronic hand?
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
Perfect. Council members, any comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Councillor Stone. I couldn't let you get away with nothing here. I'm just curious, the road, is it a seasonal road or a year-round road?
So it's a private road. We don't maintain it. So I suppose the property owners maintain it year-round.
I see no other hands. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment, CPPA 24-2024 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to change the precinct on a portion of the subject lands from waterfront residential, 60 meters, and waterfront lot precincts to a waterfront residential, 60 meters, with exception. Precinct in a waterfront residential, 60 meters with exception, precinct to permit the creation of one new waterfront residential lot, with exception being to permit the existing boathouse on the lands to remain as it exists, and to reduce the minimum required western interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 1.5 meters for an existing gazebo, and permit a 1.6 meter encroachment within the western interior side yard setback for an existing deck. Comments or questions? All in favor? And that's carried. All right. Kelsey, you're speaking to the Wood application.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property.
Quiet, please. Thank you. Sorry, Kelsey, go ahead.
Oh, no problem. The property is within the rural designation in the official plan and is within the rural precinct with natural constraint 2 overlay. The applicant is proposing to amend the precinct on the subject lands from rural residential to rural residential with exception to permit the creation of one new rural residential lot with a minimum frontage of 61 meters. The proposed new rural residential lot would have 2 hectares in area and, as mentioned, 61 meters of frontage on Summerlee Trail. The retained lot would have an area of approximately 37 hectares with 95 meters of frontage on Old Muskoka Road. The official plan further characterizes the development in the rural designation as having extremely low density, with development occupying a small portion of the land. The plan notes that the lot sizes in the rural area will generally be greater than those of other designations and should be the minimum of 4 hectares with 134 meters of frontage on a year-round maintained road. Here's the lot, sorry, I forgot to show that. The rural residential lot requirements state that new lots are to be no less than 2 hectares in area with 134 meters of frontage. In consideration of these requirements, the proposed new lot would conform with respects to area being 2 hectares, but result in a non-complying frontage along Summerlee Trail. To protect rural character and encourage growth that is compatible with existing and planned rural infrastructure, as well as valuable natural resources and constraints common to rural areas, official plan policies discourage fragmentation of rural lands into small land holdings. Steering growth instead towards designated intensification areas where services and infrastructure exist and can be expanded to accommodate higher density housing options. Therefore, the creation of an undersized rural lot is not supported by the official plan policies. The property is considered rural lands within the provincial policy statement, and within the PPS, it discusses a broad mix of housing that is compatible with the rural landscape and appropriate to the infrastructure which is planned and available, encouraging the official plan, the local official plan, to determine what's locally appropriate. The province recently announced the 2024 provincial planning statement, which will take effect on October 20th, 2024. No policy changes in the 2024 provincial planning statement would impact staff's recommendation and analysis in this instance. It should be noted that the new provincial planning statement continues to strengthen rural policies, which limit fragmented growth in rural areas and focus growth within settlement areas. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. 4 letters of support were provided for the application and were provided in the report. 1 objection was received and circulated to council prior to this meeting. The objection was it was clarified and information was provided to the commenter about the statutory requirements and the meeting date. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would not appear to conform with the intent of the official plan or be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and therefore staff are recommending denial. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make any comments. Welcome.
Hello. Rob Green, land use planner with Tulloch Engineering, 80 Main Street West in Huntsville here. When we look at, just want to say hi to Chair Stone and Mayor Alcock and Council. I thank Kelsey for her report, although I professionally disagree. When we look at policy, we need to look at the entire policy. My client, who's behind me, Carolyn Wood, they're getting on in age. They're into their 70s now, and they'd like to create this lot to build a smaller home that would service them into their golden years, therefore creating an opportunity to age in place and stay on their property that they've been on for more than 3 decades. The lot is adequate size for services. It was always intended to be severed off, and then the frontage has changed. Recently, the town has assumed the road in front of it for one house to the west of the property. Allowing this would improve the economics of that assumption of the road. The frontage is in character with the surrounding area. There's plenty of smaller lots with smaller frontages. There's plenty of rural residential, which is part of the policy that it should be clustered with other rural residential properties, and is in line with traditional development of Old Muskoka Road. There's a good topography on the property, making it a suitable building site. And the section that we've cut off is fits with the topography. There's a hill kind of that runs along the back of it. This will allow the owners to age in place. It'll provide housing for seniors that would be built for their needs. Policy all the way down the line from provincial to district, even district has a plan for seniors aging, directs that we would provide housing for seniors. It conforms with or is consistent with the PPS when we take into account the aging in place aspect of this. I think with consideration, it is in conformity with both the district and Huntsville's plan as well. Other than the frontage, which is a traditional size frontage, it's a suitable building lot. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
That's great. Thanks very much. I'll call on any member of the public that wishes to speak to this application. Nobody's jumping up. Anyone online?
Chair Stone, I do see one hand raised. I will now bring them into the meeting.
Thank you.
My Zoom camera is not working, unfortunately, but can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, Sandra Reed, I'm a resident of South Lancelot Road. I do have some concerns regarding this development. We have had enormous increase in development of homes along South Lancelot. And there are a number of homes now for sale on Summerlee Road. One house has already been built and is up for sale. We do not, I've been here for 24 years and my neighborhood has changed considerably. And I recognize that communities develop, and I also recognize the very real prices of housing. I understand and am cognizant of all of that. But in this situation, we don't have the town services that correspond with the increased development. I myself like to walk a lot. I'm finding it difficult to even be able to walk along my road anymore with the increased traffic. Summerlee itself is a mess. If you go to Summerlee, the great extent of it, and I walked it this morning with my neighbor, is huge 4 feet deep ruts along most of the road, which you have to literally try to walk around. So the road is not being serviced. And there's also issues that we have an incredible increased use of, because of the new developments and people moving into the neighborhood. There has been a huge increase of 4-wheelers, dirt bikes, skidoos, going through the neighborhood. There are times on a weekend where you don't even, attempt to walk. So I also have concerns that, again, I want to make clear, housing is a very real issue, but it has to also be balanced with protection of our rural areas. And this application goes against our own plan, but not only that, the province is signaling increased protection of rural areas. I'm also, because this is one lot, so it's like, what's the big deal? That's the assumption, eh? Just one lot, it's one house. But it does set a dangerous precedent, I believe, for these rural areas that are already being highly developed. That, you know, if I was going in to build a lot and I saw somebody got permission for a minimum, you know, half the minimum requirement, I'd be like, why not me? So these are the concerns that I have, and I think the council has to be cognizant that they would be going against their own plan and the province's. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. Would any other member of the public wish to speak?
Thank you. My name is Peggy Peterson, 26 Can Street. Thank you to the chair and to the members of council and the members of the public. I didn't come to speak to this particular issue, but I couldn't help but pay attention to what's transpired in the first amendment to the official plan that was passed. And now I want to just speak to this, and I just want to make a few comments, and then I have a question. So I want to speak up so everybody can hear me. So we have watched this town of Huntsville, the corporation of the town of Huntsville, go through yards and yards of time, staff, commitment to writing official plans and getting all of these details all lined up. So when these applications come forward for amendments, that the tradition should be to say no. And that's why all the work is done to create an official plan. And it's done over and over and over at great expense and great consuming of resources and energy. So what I have noticed over the years of watching is that almost everything gets passed. So I watched the first one get passed, changing all the rules, essentially, a little bit here, a little bit there. And I want to thank Sandra Reed for coming on and speaking to this specifically and the precedent of it. So here we are in a situation where you're trying to discourage rural with the new planning with the UN agenda, but you're taking this lot, and there's obviously great reason why all the levels of government support 131 feet of frontage on Old North Road or Summerlee, whichever it is. But in this particular application, there's only, 61 meters. So that's substantial, and I'm certainly Sandra spoke to that. It's a substantial change. You mentioned in the first application that you approved tidying things up. Well, if I look at the planning, it doesn't seem to tidy anything up. So my question to all of you is, do you, in good conscience, do this grand leap of setting another precedent on all the work that you've all done on our official plan and allow this application to be another amendment? And can I ask you, in future, to give great deal of thought to your amendments, because people are watching. We're watching. So that would be my question to all of you. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Would there be any other member of the public that wishes to speak to this application? I see none. Council members, any comments or questions? Councilor Clerk.
Thanks, Chair Stone. So a couple of comments. Thank you, Ms. Peterson, for what you just said. I wasn't on council when the official plan was changed, but a couple comments about that. I know our official plan doesn't permit this use that's here before us today, but I would argue that we need to, as a council, we need to look at what our official plan says, because we quite often find ourselves in a position where we want to approve something, but doesn't coincide with what the official plan says. I support rural development, you know, I think that we really need to, as a council, commit to looking at our official plan so that our planning department can recommend approval for these type of situations. But in regards to this lot, I would say that we've approved other lots very similar to this one during the term of council. The retained portion is large, and there are other properties very similar that have been already created on this road. I think this property that is proposed to be severed is over 5 acres. That's a big lot. So I would support this application. I would like to ask, did we ever get comments from the district on this particular severance?
Kelsey?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair, we have not received any comments from the district on this application.
Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Chair Stone. I'm going to echo, I love following Councillor Clark lots of times. And I guess what I want to say is I absolutely, and with respect to a couple of the previous comments made and concerns about going against our official plan. I totally agree. Our official plan is a very important document, and we do spend a lot of time on figuring out what policies matter to us. And so with no disrespect to those comments, I certainly agree. With respect to this particular issue, though, this council has already identified the need to update our policies around rural lot severances. And it's for exactly the reasons that were highlighted by Ms. Peterson, that we do have many applications before us where staff are required to recommend denial because it goes against our existing official plan. The thing about official plans, though, is that they're required to be updated. And it's crazy. It feels like we just approved our official plan, but it was actually more than 5 years ago. So we are currently in the process of updating elements of our official plan. One of the elements is our policy around rural lot creation. And for the very reasons that Councillor Clark pointed out, the applications that have come before us, the minimum minimum frontages that have been proposed may not meet our existing policy, but they're absolutely compatible and comparable to other lots in the areas where they're being proposed. There are significant lot sizes, and I think the question for us as we review our official plan is, what is compatible? What does that look like? And I think there are lots of ways that we can do that. And I look forward to our discussion around it because I think we do need to respond. The arguments in favor of this application were very well stated. They do comply with so many of our other policies in the town of Huntsville and at the District of Muskoka. So those are the things I'm thinking about. And for that reason, I would absolutely support Councillor Clark in supporting this application.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Chair Stone. And I don't have much to say after my fellow councillor and mayor have spoken. I don't agree that an application sets precedent. And I look at the area around where this lot is proposed, and there are several lots that are under an acre size. I think we're going to see in the future, from the province in the new provincial policy statement, lots of smaller nature. The market has changed, the demand has changed, affordability has changed, and we have to adjust with these changes. So I think that we have been discussing reviewing this lot size and frontage comparison, and reviewing it specifically to lower the limits. I don't think it compromises the rural area at all in these types of developments, and I fully support it.
All right. Councillor Schumacher?
One question and a comment, and probably the question, I don't know if Kelsey can. Summerlee Road was, I believe, a seasonal road, but I believe it's on the list to upgrade. Is that correct? Does anyone know operationally? Is it private?
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chair. There has been other development on the road that has people have extended to a municipal standard. So it's not completely to a municipal standard, but there is a portion that's to a municipal year-round standard. But a portion is still seasonal, and I don't know if it's on the list for a upgrade yet.
Okay. No. So yeah, that was just because I do understand Summerlee is not the best maintained, as Sandy had mentioned, with the potholes and whatnot. But yes, I do agree with the comments around the table. Being someone who lives in a rural area, I do enjoy the benefits, and to hear a story of someone being able to continue to stay in a rural area, but just at a smaller footprint, warms my heart, because I look at my parents and the families around them who didn't have that opportunity and had to move into town to get that smaller opportunity for lots. So this, I think, speaks to how we can have people age in place in an area that they're familiar with, that they have grown up or loved and lived in for 30 some odd years, and still create that sense of community and being part of that community and continue to be so.
Thanks for that. Councillor Fitzgerald, another comment?
Yeah, just one further comment I forgot to mention earlier. Kelsey, thanks for the report. And I think everyone needs to realize that staff does not have the authority to say yes to these, because they are governed by the provincial policy statement, our master plan, our CPP, and everything else. This committee exists to allow these changes.
Thank you. I was going to say the same thing. So, Deputy Mayor Armour,
Thanks, Chair Stone. Just want to see, do you have a motion?
I was just going to ask if there's a,
Thanks, Chair Stone. Yeah, I'd like to put a motion on the floor that we approve this
all
application.
right, and you have a seconder? All right. Not so. All right, so I'm going to read the original motion. Moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that Planning Council deny Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment Application CPPA 25-2024-HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to change the precinct on the lands from rural precinct to a rural residential with exception precinct to create one new residential lot with a minimum lot frontage of 61 meters. And we have an amendment moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that the following word deny be struck out and the word approve be inserted in its place. Any discussion? All in favor? And that carries. And I will ask the question on the main motion as amended. All in favor? And that carries. And I do have another one. Okay, the original motion, moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that Planning Council deny consent application B22-2024 HTE for the creation of one new rural residential lot. That was the original motion. The amendment, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that the following word deny be struck out and the words provisionally approve be inserted in its place. And further that the following conditions be added. Community Permit Bylaw Amendment, CPPA 25-2024 HTE be approved and in force and effect. A registerable description of the severed lots being submitted to the clerk, including all rights of ways and easements, along with a registered copy of the reference plan. The owner's taxes being in good standing, a site inspection fee of $265 being paid to the town of Huntsville, a consent finalization fee in the amount of $208 being paid to the town of Huntsville, and 5% cash in lieu of parkland being paid to the town of Huntsville on the severed lands. Comments or questions? All in favor? And that carries. And I will ask for the main motion as amended. All in favor? And that carries. All right. All right, we're moving on to the burst application, and Councillor Clark has declared a pecuniary interest. Kelsey, you can go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 748 Old North Road. The property is within the rural designation in the official plan and is within the rural residential precinct with natural constraint 2 overlay. The applicant is proposing to amend the precinct on the subject land from rural residential with exception to rural residential with exception to create one new rural residential lot with a minimum lot frontage of 57 meters and an area of 1.47 hectares, and another site-specific exception to permit the retained lot with a minimum lot frontage of 60 meters and a minimum lot area of 1.47 hectares. The severed lots would have frontage on Old Schoolhouse Road, which is proposed to be extended 59 meters to access the new lot. It should be noted that the frontage on the proposed new lot is along the unopened road allowance, and only 10 meters of frontage would be on the maintained portion should it be upgraded. The proposed retained lot would have the frontage still on Old North Road. The rural designation anticipates single detached dwellings located on a large lot which fronts onto existing year-round maintained and publicly owned roads. As the intended use of the severed lot is rural residential, the minimum lot standard, as you heard in my previous presentation, is 2 hectares with 134 meters on the road. The proposed severed and retained lots would not comply with this standard. Official plan policies discourage fragmentation of rural lands into small land holdings that are difficult and costly to service and conflict with other uses, as small lot frontages in areas are discouraged within the rural area. These policies promote fiscally responsible planning for the rural areas and communities as a whole by simultaneously discouraging unsustainable development patterns consistent with ribbon development, by steering growth instead towards designated intensification areas in an economically prudent manner. Therefore, the creation of undersized lots is not supported by official plan policies. The development on Old Schoolhouse Road is also consistent with large rural lots with large frontages, and a smaller lot would be insufficient. With insufficient frontage would not be in keeping with the rural character. As mentioned earlier, the PPS discusses protecting rural character, encouraging growth that is compatible with existing and planned rural infrastructure, as well as valuable natural resources. The town's adopted official plan discourages fragmentation of rural areas as it is difficult and costly to service and conflict with other land uses. The new provincial planning statement also concurs with the current PPS in limiting rural growth and fragmenting the rural area. The property also has secondary mineral aggregate resources identified. The Muskoka official plan identifies primary and secondary aggregate resources to be protected through only permitting compatible land uses to occur in or on or in proximity to those resources, where it does not prevent or hinder future extraction. To address these policies, the applicant was asked to provide a technical report by a qualified professional assessing the aggregate resource on site. The applicant opted not to provide this technical report, leaving this issue unresolved from a policy perspective, a town policy perspective. As such, it has not been demonstrated appropriately that this relevant policies have been addressed. It's also worth noting that Old Schoolhouse Road allowance is currently occupied by a portion of the Trans-Canada Trail system. This portion of the trail connects Fowler's Road to Old Schoolhouse Road. The trail would continue to be in this location, continuing on a further extent of Old Schoolhouse Road, should the application be viewed favorably by council. Sorry, I forgot to move my slides. The applications were circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the CPP bylaw. The Trans-Canada Pipeline is also adjacent to the subject lands, and they provided comments. As the pipeline does not traverse the severed and retained lands, there was no objection to the proposal. Operations staff provided comments on the proposed road extension. The extension must be upgraded to a municipal standard, which will require final designs to be approved by the operations department. Should council view the application favorably, a condition would be needed to ensure road construction is to a municipal standard and assumed by the town. 11 letters of objection were received regarding the road extension. The letters describe the use of the existing trail on the unopened road allowance, which is on a portion of the Great Trail, the Trans-Canada Trail, linking existing trails and roadways across Canada. The trail utilizes the unopened road allowance to connect Old Schoolhouse Road to Fowler's Road. The commenters were concerned about the impacts of the severed lands and the extension of the road on the trail, and the environmental and impacts and traffic impacts. The road would be extended 59 meters, not in the entirety of the unopened road allowance, and the trail continues to be over Old Schoolhouse Road and would continue over the extent of the extended road. 4 letters of support were also provided for the application. Through staff's review and analysis, that application would appear not to conform with the intent of the official plan, nor be consistent with the provincial policy statement. Therefore, staff are recommending denial. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make any comments about this.
Hello again. Hi. Rob Green, Land Use Planner, Telec Engineering. Behind me is Sarah Burse Walsh and her mother, who I believe would like to speak after I speak. So this is an undersized lot, but the size of the lot exceeds district minimum standards, which are a hectare. It's comparable with the surrounding area, including on Old Schoolhouse Road. It is larger and has similar frontages to lots at 88, 123, 153, 167, and 188 Old School Road. The provincial policy gives directions to promote rural housing development that is in character with the area and can be sustained by services, which this lot could do. The property has been identified on district mapping as having an aggregate mineral resource. The PPS allows for development on aggregate mineral resources if that resource cannot be used and is not feasible. The district goes a little bit more specific and identifies 3 areas in the land use that would disqualify aggregate resource operation from existing, including land use compatibility, the size of the lot, and the shape of the lot. This area is already fragmented. It isn't an existing rural residential neighborhood. There's plenty of sensitive uses around it, which would not allow for the resource to be extracted. As we can see in one point, the town's saying that this lot is too small for housing, but might be large enough for an aggregate operation. The Trans-Canada Trail. Just a point of clarification, I counted in the package that there were 8 letters of opposition. 3 of them were written by Sherry McLean, which I think she's, through her network with the Friends of the Trail, has sent out an email blast, and you've gotten a response back. There's actually another one of them that was missed as well. There's 5 letters of support for this, including one of them that Sherry McLean found for us. Who mentioned that the Trans-Canada Trail is mostly, from this person's assertion, being used for motorized vehicles, for ATVs, snowmobiles, and dirt bikes, which if you look at, I don't know if you got that or not. Okay, yeah. I provided an image here that you can see from the aerial photo blown up here. There's a trail there. Can you put the other one there as well? Yeah. Okay. Is there, how do I get to the next one?
Oh, the lot.
Yeah. Okay, so you can see here, there's ATV trail. So there's obviously use of ATVs on this. This is the end of the road there at Old Schoolhouse Road, and you can see just down where the line is where a potential home would go. I have a degree in environmental studies, and the idea that critters would be taken away from an edge forest is beyond me. I did a quick little search and found a journal in the Canadian Forestry Science Journal that basically says that edge forests, which would be created either anthropogenically, which would be man-made, would increase both diversity of species and the increase in the content of the species. So creating this edge along here would actually help the environment. It's much like a waterfront space where there's lots of activity that happens in there. So the complaint right now is that there'll be traffic from a car. This is for one small house. And right now it's being shared with ATVs and other motorized vehicles right now. So the actual function of this section of the trail would not change. It would still be allowed to use as a trail. And we would just be shifting the transition area by a few meters. This is a big ask. I understand that. It's a smaller frontage. It's a smaller lot size, but I generally wouldn't have taken a lot like this before council if not for the human element of this. And in planning, we talk about the 3 pillars of planning, which are social, environmental, and economic. And there's a huge social aspect to this. There's a gentleman here. The family has a piece of property. And they're doing their best to provide housing for him, and he really doesn't have any other options. He's disabled, both mental and physical disabilities. And the intent here is to build a very small, modest dwelling of like 1 or 2 bedrooms. And it's not going to be a large family or tons of traffic coming back and forth. And it'll allow this individual to stay in Huntsville and provide housing, which he wouldn't have, to be close to his family, his 4 kids. And that's the social element of it. And I would ask the people here who are standing in opposition to recognize the humanity of this. There's something to be said for the housing crisis that we have right now, and a family who's taking the initiative here and trying to create this housing. Provincial, district, and even our policy all or Huntsville's policy promotes providing housing for people with special needs, which the province defines as people with disabilities, and providing options for that. And that's what this will do. It'll provide an option for a person with special needs. And the lot, as is shown by the area, is in character and of a size that would support private services, and with the extension of the road, which the brother is going to take care of, would fit within policy in terms of a building lot. I just thank you for your consideration on this. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I believe Sarah would like to speak now.
Thanks very much.
Hi. I just wrote something out maybe to give kind of a bigger picture to the current scenario. And then I also just printed like a couple documents to prove the individual's disability. So my name's Sarah Burse, 748 Old North Road, Huntsville, Ontario. So my husband Matt and I have been legally separated since May 2021. Due to the COVID pandemic, children attending school online, and then the passing of my grandma from COVID in 2022, I haven't really been on this process. It's been extremely difficult and overwhelming. So I was the sole executor of my grandmother's estate, and that took a lot longer than I thought it would. So I haven't got to this application, but my application to sever the property at 748 Old North Road would be so that we can sell the matrimonial home and then build a modest dwelling for Matt, who's 39 years old with special needs. He has a dual diagnosis. He's on ODSP, and he also qualifies for the federal disability tax certificate. We have 4 school-age children. 3 attend Spruce Glen Public School. Our oldest goes to Huntsville High School. Both Matt and I would like to remain in Huntsville for the stability of our children and our family. And then with the housing crisis, this is critical and our best option. The children can remain on land that they're familiar with and remain in the school district for Spruce Glen. I understand that the frontage on Schoolhouse Road is short of the current requirements. However, the frontage on Old North Road, as well as the frontage on Schoolhouse Road, remains the same with or without the severance. The line would be in the center of the 7-acre property, and the existing frontage would not change. My brother, Harry Walsh, he's agreed to assist with the building of the residence, as well as the construction and maintenance of the road on the existing road allowance. He's built several homes in Huntsville. He's currently building one in Perry Township. He has over 10 years' experience in construction. He also maintains several roads in Huntsville, including the new Fairburn construction site, Canusa, Faith Baptist, to name a few. And he's willing to help her family and has the equipment and experience to do so. My family has a long history in Huntsville. My maternal family has been in Huntsville since the early 1800s. My great-grandparents were William and Fanny Hunt. Their children, Onifrey, George, Albert, and Viola, were active in the development of Huntsville. They built homes on Florence Street, Town Line, the original Salvation Army building, as well as many cottages on Hunts Road. My ancestors worked at the planing mill, tannery, Eaton's, and were active in the community. In recent times, myself, as well as 3 of my siblings, graduated from Huntsville High. I work in Huntsville as a senior director of member care for a private agency which supports adults with a dual diagnosis that reside in residential care. I was also a member of the Algonquin Family Healthcare Team as a registered psychotherapist, providing counseling to children. My mom lives in Huntsville and several other family members. I respectfully request that this proposal be approved. And then I didn't know if you wanted any supporting documents. Harry wrote something.
We can't actually
Oh, sorry.
take those
Okay.
at the table right now.
Never mind.
so-
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to this application? Please come down.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stephen Powling, and I live at 732 Old North Road, which is the 10-acre lot immediately beside the proposed lot that the severance is currently proposed for. First, I'll start off with saying thank you to Kelsey for being very quick and detailed with responses to questions I had this week about the meeting and everything like that. It's my first time coming to something like this. So yeah, the quick response and everything was really appreciated. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to state as well that I understand the humanity aspect of it. I have a mother who is currently in the process of selling her 10-acre lot south of Barrie that they that they have been on for 43 years because of my dad being admitted to long-term care for a dementia diagnosis, a severe dementia diagnosis. So I'm very well aware of the humanity aspect of it, and I don't want that to go overlooked. Originally, my wife and I were one of the people who did initially submit an supportive document when we were kind of talked about with the owners of the home and everything like that. So one of those 4 or 5, I don't remember exactly how many there were, was originally us. Since we've had a chance to kind of review the documents and review the plan and look at everything, we've switched our opinion on what we originally approved. We are kind of going against now. Mainly because we have concerns around the Trans-Canada Trail, as quite a few people have already noted. We also have environmental concern because our lot, where it meets the Trans-Canada Trail at the back, that section back there for about 2 or 3 acres is swampland, which does not go on to the proposed severance lot currently. So we have concerns over, construction being done within several hundred meters, or I don't know the exact distance, but it's very close to the swampland that's on our side of the property. So I would be one to counter the point of the environmental assessment saying that the back Trans-Canada Trail lineway would increase animal activity and increase species and everything back there, because I would be concerned about what a build would do to a potentially sensitive area like a swampland or like an area that's a lot more moist and a lot more wet that you would see back there on our property. We do currently use the Trans-Canada Trail quite a bit. In the wintertime especially, we snowshoe back there. We go right back our lot, go left or right, and we use the Trans-Canada Trail back there to recreate and everything like that as well. And what we would have concern with is basically going back there and feeling like we are walking through somebody's backyard or walking through somebody else's property because there's a house immediately right beside where we have our property. So we do have concern around that. We do have concern around there has been a little bit of an ongoing issue with dogs coming onto our property from the owners. It's something that we're dog owners as well. We have two. They're fenced in a yard. They can't get off the property without us being on leash or us physically letting them out. But the problem we have is that our fenced in part of the lot is quite a distance away from the property line. So it's not like we're looking at a fence line that is directly connecting to their property line. We're about, I would say, 60 or 70 meters away from the property line where our fence is, and very often their dogs are coming down and kind of fence fighting with our dogs. The concern we have with those dogs being moved to the back of their lot with another dwelling and a severance would be that when we go back into our property to walk our dogs on leash and enjoy our property in the wintertime, is that those dogs would not be contained to the severed lot and they would still be able to come onto our property and potentially have an issue with our dogs. So that's another concern that we have as well. And generally overall, we don't feel like the severance is going to be in benefit of both the Trans-Canada Trail and kind of our lot there as well. And I don't really want to see a portion of the Trans-Canada Trail get cut back. But yeah, that's basically all I have.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak to this? I see no hands. Anyone online?
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair Stone, one did just raise their hand. My apologies. I'll now bring them into the meeting.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello there. I can hear you.
Hello? Oh, our dog's speaking up as well. Hello, Council. Hello, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for allowing us to join. My name is Shirley McFarlane, and my husband, Peter McFarlane, is here with me as well. And we live at 266 Old Schoolhouse Road in Huntsville. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. We are very concerned with this application. We would be the west side neighbor of the proposed severed lot. And we are big naturalists. We love the Trans-Canada Trail. And it's a very prestigious trail. And this is one of the areas between Old Schoolhouse Road and Fowler's Road where it's completely natural. There's mature trees, shrubs, a lot of wildlife we see in it, and there would be such a huge loss of vegetation and habitat if this road extension was allowed. As you all know, being out in the natural environment, it provides so many emotional, mental, and physical benefits, and we're losing a lot of our natural trails, and it's concerning. And we have enjoyed that trail. We use it quite a bit with our own dog, and it's just it's a nice release to get out in such a great area. We love this neighborhood because it's retained and preserved the natural environment. And we know development happens. but where we should, I think we should try and preserve, especially the natural sections along the Trans-Canada Trail. If this application is approved, we believe that this sets a very dangerous precedent, and we could lose all of the natural growth that we currently have between Old Schoolhouse Road and Fowler's Road. We are also worried about an increased safety risk to the residents of Old Schoolhouse Road, as there would be more vehicles. We do right now have a lot of ATVs, motocross, snowmobiles in the winter, and the natural elements currently of the trail help slow down these vehicles a bit before they hit our road, because there are times when the vehicles are far exceeding allowed speed limits, and extending this road is going to give those vehicles a little bit more of a runway to get up to those speeds, and we worry that it's going to cause some safety issues with the residents. We'd also have construction utility vehicles where none have been previously, and we're concerned with the extended road having room to have these vehicles turn around. I know that one of the points raised was affordable housing, but we are wondering how affordable a 59-meter extension of the road really is, both installation and long-term maintenance. We don't know for sure what the cost would be, but I am sure they would be significant. And as well as installing and maintaining septic, a well, having hydro brought in. We dispute whether this is really an affordable path. In addition, this does go against the Huntsville Town Plan. It would result in 2 undersized lots. And we don't think a severed lot up there would keep in character with the environment. But to lose this section of the Trans-Canada Trail, I think this would really be a travesty, and eventually we could see that whole section between Old Schoolhouse Road and Fowler's Road turned into a municipal road, because it would be hard to approve this application and not approve similar applications if they came forward.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure if you can see me or not. I just wanted to bring up, as opposed to taking away the natural areas and building a road and, a house very close to the Trans-Canada Trail, is there not a viable opportunity to build a driveway up through the extension of Old North Road on the current property and keep the house a little bit closer to the Old North Road side and leave that natural buffer at the Trans-Canada Trail? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'll go out once more. Is anyone else wanting to speak to this? I'm seeing no hands, so I'll go to council. Comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Stone. Just a quick question to Kelsey. Did you say 10 meters of this is already maintained road of the property?
Thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Chair. So the road would extend past like another parcel to give access to this parcel. So the whole frontage wouldn't be along the extended portion. Only 10 meters would be the extended portion. Like sorry, it's hard to visualize, but if we bring up the mapping again, maybe, or the sketch, it maybe will help explain it better. The presentation. On the sketch, it's just that one, slide 14. And if you just want to make it bigger. Thank you. Sorry, I know it's hard. So I'll try to use, so there's the severed lands. So you could see the end of Old Schoolhouse Road, kind of where that turnaround is. And then the dashed line is where it would be extended. So only a small portion would be actually only for access to that severed lot. It wouldn't extend the whole portion of the road because there's another lot to the north.
Right.
yeah.
So you have to extend the road past that first lot to get to the next lot.
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and thanks, Kelsey, for the report. I'm a big fan and a contributing member of the Trans-Canada Trail, and I think that there are a lot of parts of the trail that are urban, concrete, asphalt, wood chips, wood. I really don't feel that the extension of this road is going to compromise the trail. Having said that, I'm a big proponent of it, and I believe in protecting it like as we can. I just don't feel that it compromises it. I look at the other lots in the area, and they're of smaller size than what we're creating here, if we do create one. So it seems to fit in the area, and I think that again, we have to address the housing issues that are at hand today. So I would move that we support this application.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair. So just follow along with that. So is the entire Old School Road Trans-Canada Trail? Or does it just come across, but the entire road?
Kelsey?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So actually, I have the mapping set up on another screen if you wanted to see where the trail goes to. Oh, yeah, there we go. So I'll try my best. So yellow is like where it's on a road, or the yellowish orangish is where it's like on the old schoolhouse road. And then the green portion is the part that's on the unopened road allowance. So it goes like from road to the unopened road allowance where it's not road, and then back to the road portion. Yeah.
So the main portion of the Trans-Canada Trail actually follows along a maintained road. It's not in the bush.
Correct. Yeah. And this portion kind of connects those
Yeah,
two
right.
pieces. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
No
Yeah.
Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. It's a follow-up to both the previous councillor, deputy mayor comments. I also am a big fan of the Trans-Canada Trail. I know my brother was involved in helping to find the locations for the Trans-Canada Trail. So I am a huge advocate, huge supporter, and in fact, I feel like where I live, I feel like I'm on part of it. However, I think it also matters to the points that were raised. We're not talking about extending a municipal standard road here. This is a small road as municipal standards go. So I don't see this as interfering with the existing Trans-Canada Trail. And I'm sort of curious about the comments, and while I do appreciate all of the comments that have been made, but questions around the siting of the new house and being very close to the new extended road. And I think it's over 3 acres that's being proposed. And I don't know where it's being proposed to locate the house, but it doesn't necessarily have to be right at the road, as far as I can tell. So I look at this through not just the social lens, because I think that's very important. The housing is very important. But even from a planning perspective, you know, and I appreciate all of the work our staff, I'm not going to repeat everything I said in the last file, but you know, the crux here is the protection of our rural character. And does this actually inhibit us from protecting the rural character in this area? And it was rightly pointed out by Councillor Fitzgerald. If you look at the area, there are many lots that are smaller than what's being proposed today. And I think as we review our rural lot development policy, we're going to drill down on what that rural character looks like. And it won't just be decided on, it must have a minimum frontage of this and it must be this. There will be many other factors. So from that perspective, I support this application. I think that it is not doing anything to undermine the protection of the rural character. It checks a bunch of different boxes, but most importantly, I don't think it is interfering with the protection of our preeminent Trans-Canada Trail, which is really important to all of us. So for that, I would support Councillor Fitzgerald in supporting this application.
Okay. Any other comments? Councillor
I was gonna
Schumacher.
say, when I first read this, I was actually in favor of the staff report, but that's what I love about this committee is that we get to come and listen to people present. We listen to the other points of view, and I am in favor of supporting Councillor Fitzgerald and Mayor Alcock's statements in this.
All right, I see no more hands at this time. I'll entertain a motion to amend if someone wishes. Councillor Mayor Alcock and Councillor Fitzgerald. Just switch it. Perfect. All right. I'm going to read the main motion first. Moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that Planning Council deny community planning permit bylaw amendment application CPPA 26/2024 HTE. The purpose and effect of which is to change the precinct on the lands from a rural residential precinct to a rural residential with exception precinct and a rural residential with exception precinct, all to permit the creation of one new rural residential lot, with an exception to permit the severed lot with a minimum lot frontage of 57 meters and a minimum lot area of 1.47 hectares, and an exception to permit the retained lot with a minimum lot frontage of 60 meters and a minimum lot area of 1.47 hectares. That was the original motion. This is the motion to amend. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the following word deny be struck out and the word approve be inserted in its place. Comments? All in favor? And that carries. And now the main motion as amended. All in favor? And that carries. Now I have to do this one too. Moved by Councillor, this is the original motion, moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that Planning Council deny consent application B23/2024 HTE for the creation of one new rural residential lot. So the amendment. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the following word deny be struck out and the words provisionally approve be inserted in its place. And further that the following conditions be added. Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment CPPA 26/2024 HTE be approved and in force and effect. A registrable description of the severed lots being submitted to the town along with a registered copy of the reference plan. The owner's taxes being in good standing. A site inspection fee of $265 being paid to the town of Huntsville. A consent finalization fee in the amount of $208 being paid to the town of Huntsville. 5% cash in lieu of parkland being paid to the town of Huntsville on the severed lands. And an extension of Old Schoolhouse Road and turnaround be constructed, dedicated, and assumed to the satisfaction of the town to provide access to the severed lands. Comments or questions? All in favor? And that carries. And the main motion as amended, all in favor? And that carries. All right. We're moving on to the Brendish application, and Madeline is going to speak to that. Okay. People seated? All right, let's get back to it. Thank you. Madeline, you can go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, the subject property is located at 2400 Lone Pine Drive. The lot is designated rural in Huntsville's official plan and is under the rural precinct with the natural constraints 2 overlay in the community planning permit bylaw. A community planning permit bylaw amendment application was submitted to change the precinct on the lot from a rural precinct to a rural with exception precinct to recognize a cultural arts music studio within an existing 150 square meter detached accessory building as an additional permitted accessory use on the lands. For the purposes of the amendment, the applicants have requested that the definition of a cultural arts music studio is the not-for-profit use of an existing 150 square meter detached accessory building as a venue for music events for a maximum of 125 people, a maximum of 3 times per week. The applicants have set up a music venue known as Jimmy Joy's Music Room, where artists perform within the existing detached structure as part of a home-based business. This use is not permitted as of right on the lands, and no prior authorization was sought from the town of Huntsville to establish the business. Upon receipt of a complaint, staff reviewed the matter and notified the applicants of zoning, building code, and fire code noncompliance. Due to the use's proximity to the railway right-of-way and access to the property being over an uncontrolled crossing over the tracks, CN was involved in early discussions with staff and the applicants. CN has identified concerns to be addressed prior to the establishment of such a use on the lands and include a requirement for a rail crossing assessment. The assessment would identify if the existing safety measures need to be updated to address the proposed changes. The applicants have not completed the requirement for a rail crossing assessment, and therefore it has not been determined whether the existing crossing could safely accommodate the increased traffic and usage resulting from the proposal. Additionally, the applicants have not provided further information on how they intend to address the comments provided by CN. And in addition, the applicants have an agreement with CN that the rail crossing is only to be used for residential purposes, and the rail crossing assessment would also be required to update that agreement accordingly. The rural precinct permits a number of uses such as single detached dwellings, farms, home occupations, and home industries. However, places of assembly are not permitted as of right. In this instance, it would not be appropriate to consider the use as a home occupation, as it does not meet the appropriate provisions under the community planning permit bylaw for that use. The official plan discusses that when establishing a new rural business, it must be done through by ways of an amendment to the community planning permit bylaw, which will address the appropriateness of the development for the specific location, site circumstances, proposed road access, as well as access to emergency and municipal services. In this instance, the proposed rural business would align with the cultural arts industry use, and although serves as an entertainment space for the surrounding community, when evaluating the site circumstances, the railway crossing is a concern. Regardless of the type of rural business being proposed on the lands, the process and consultation with CN Railway would be required. And further, policy consideration is given to land use compatibility when developing new uses as discussed within the report. The proposed use appears to be compatible with the uses in the surrounding area and would not be considered sensitive. Additional policy regarding transportation, specifically in relation to railways, states that development in proximity to a railway must demonstrate to the satisfaction of the town that applicable safety requirements can be satisfied, that the development meets the requirements of relevant compatibility, noise, and vibration policies, and the implementation of other mitigation and buffering measures such as setbacks, intervening berms, and security fencing are implemented as required. Once CN's comments have been satisfied, staff would be able to make a recommendation on the proposed additional use on the property. In addition to the amendment, building and fire code requirements would also need to be addressed and a community planning permit issued prior to the use on the property commencing. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. The Fire and Protective Services Department requests that the applicant provide an Ontario Building Code building data matrix to detail the characteristics of the building And they also request that a fire safety plan be prepared, approved, and implemented, as the building is going to be used as an assembly occupancy. Additionally, the building department has outlined that they are in receipt of an architectural letter that contains details with the life safety aspects of the building. However, permits are required to implement these requirements. And additionally, the applicants have to address sanitary facilities along with proof of a supporting septic system. 5 neighboring property owners signed a letter in support of the proposal, and 5 letters of support were received and included in the report package. An additional 8 letters of support have been received since the posting of the agenda and have been circulated to council. Through staff's review and analysis, the application does not meet the intent of the official plan, nor is consistent with the provincial policy statement, and staff do not think it's appropriate at this time to provide a recommendation without the comments from CN being addressed. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to provide any answers to questions you have.
Thanks very much. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make any comments.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair Stone, committee, Lanny Dennis Planning, Box 254, Novar, Ontario, P0A1R0. I represent the owner, who is right beside me. Certainly appreciate the efforts of staff bringing the application forward and had an opportunity to review the report. The purpose of the application is to permit a modest size.
Can you move the microphone over a little bit, please?
Maybe
Awesome.
to bend her a
Beautiful.
little bit. How's that? Is that better?
Thank you. Beautiful.
Okay. To modest sized cultural arts music studio known as Jimmy Joy's Music Room. It will permit a not-for-profit music venue in the existing 150 square meter, 1,500 square foot detached accessory building. It would allow for maximum of 125 people, including patrons and staff, 3 times a week. We may not reach that number, but it does allow flexibility since we like to, if you're going to go through a process, do it once. The venue provides an inexpensive venue showcasing live music talent, very much in demand and appreciated by the local community. I think through the number of letters that have been received, I think there's around 20 or so. I think that you can attest to that. They certainly enjoy the venue and certainly don't want to lose that opportunity to go to that venue. It's a great night out and certainly is in contrast to those venues that are more expensive, something that the visitors and the community alike can enjoy, and certainly this type of business should be welcomed in the community. Just very briefly, the proposal or what the venue or the operation is, it's by donation, and it's not intended as a moneymaker, but rather it is for the good or the benefit of the community. So just keep that in mind as we move forward. Just with respect to the town's official plan policy, it's a permitted use in the town's official plan. The frontage is an area of the lot is quite large. It's 20 hectares in size, has a frontage of 820 meters. It's separated from existing residents on the opposite side of Lone Pine Drive, by Lone Pine Drive and the CN Railway. Plus, I think there was, I don't know if there's some photos or not that I saw, but the property is really well vegetated. The use is sort of central to the lot, and it's well buffered from any residences on either side, north and south of the property, and there's nobody behind. There's no impact on the neighborhood whatsoever, and I think 5 people actually signed a petition to say that they had no issue with respect to the venue. There's no ecological issues. There's ample parking on the site. It seems that I don't believe that there's any other planning issues. It seems that the main issue has to do with the CN crossing. So the owners have people positioned, the owners have reached out to get a quote for a railway assessment. It comes in at about $8,000 plus HST, and only to find out, because it's unknown right now, what those mitigation measures might be. It could be, depending on what they come up with, as much as $200K to do the work that needs to be done. And interestingly enough, there's no sort of numbers in that they deal with, or that the consultants deal with, in terms of producing a report to say you need this, this, or this. It's a wide open type scenario. You'll see in the pictures, I think there was some there, that this is a fairly level, gentle crossing. There's no hills. It's got excellent visibility in either direction, and certainly I think parking on the site would be much better than parking along Lone Pine Drive. The owner has crossing guards in place. They have reflective clothing, and only one vehicle at a time is allowed across the tracks. Sort of like a pedestrian crossing guard, if you will, for people going to school. So that's sort of been the way that they've been dealing with it, and I think the letters that have come in can attest to the safety issues being resolved, if you will. People feel quite comfortable going and coming to the event. There's certainly other uses permitted in the rural zone, and those uses would be far more intrusive and offensive to the neighborhood, such as forestry, farming, kennels, and all that sort of stuff, rather than having it as a music venue. And the part about this is that the rural zoning allows a number of different uses on the property. As I said, forestry, farming, kennel, bed and breakfast, boarding house, home industry, secondary dwelling, tourist home, artisan studio. So to say that every time somebody has to go, if somebody wanted to operate a forestry use or a farming use, it's not permitted, that doesn't seem quite right. If CN is saying, well, the only use we're going to allow on here is residential, and I'm not aware of an agreement with that the owner has with CN, and quite frankly, I think as part of the bigger picture, when the town circulates zoning bylaws, they circulate it to agencies, including CN. If they had an issue with not only this property but other properties with respect to crossing the tracks and the uses that are proposed, I would purport that maybe they should have spoke up at the time and say we'd like to deal with this on this basis. Anyways, I'd also suggest that perhaps, and I've asked this before, and I know we have to do a planning permit yet. That's another step in the process. I don't think it would be unreasonable to request that something be put in the agreement that it would absolve the municipality of any responsibility and obligation with respect to people coming and going across the tracks. I think we've done it in other situations where people actually use the road allowance in some situations. That absolves the municipality of any responsibility, especially from firefighting perspective in those cases. The other item that was raised was fire department, I think, in public works or something. Anyways, an architect has reached out to the town to address those concerns that were raised through those different various departments. Local architect had done that already, and so I would expect that probably those would be included in the development permit as well. So I think at the end of the day, I think that people really do support this music venue. I think it's in the public. I think it's in the community interests, and I think it's something that the municipality needs to support and approve. And I think there are reasons and rationale for allowing vehicles to cross the CN tracks. I think the last thing that the owner wants to have happen is an accident, and he's being abundantly, extremely cautious. So I would respectfully request that committee recommend approval of the application. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Jim, did you want to speak before I go to the public?
I think he's covered pretty much everything. I just wanted to confirm, though, that we do not.
Oh, microphone? Yep.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Sorry. Being the sound guy, I should know that. That's right. I just want to confirm that we don't have a signed agreement with CN for a private use crossing. So we don't have that. There is an agreement, but we have never signed an agreement with CN. So that doesn't exist.
There's an agreement, but you haven't signed it?
Correct. It's never been signed. We've never signed an agreement.
Okay.
So just so you know about that. And again, I wanted to also reiterate too, we are not an official business. This is just sort of a home hobby thing, which allows people to come in and see music on a per donation basis. So we're not an official business. We're not registered as a business, and we're not running it as a business per se. So those are just a couple of things I wanted to add to comments that Lanny had made.
All right.
Can I just add one more item?
Quickly,
If you don't
yeah.
mind, quickly. Just in part of the research too that we've done so far to date, the lady, Leanne from, what's the name of that firm?
Pardon-
Jim?
Pardon Consulting.
Pardon Consulting, who we reached out to. She was really helpful in trying to help us out with respect to what's going on here. And they have this section 102 crossing, they call it. And it says, when the railway line was built, when it was built, it split the single parcel of land into two, and there's no other way to get from one side to the other without a crossing. So what they're saying is, if you've got no other way to get to your property except across CN, then you're allowed to use CN's property to get there. And quite frankly, I know no other way to get there unless you came with a helicopter. So I don't know, you need that access point.
All right, with that, I will go to members of the public that would like to speak to this application, if there's anyone. I see no hands. I'll ask, is there anyone online that would like to speak to this application?
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
Thank you very much. We do have someone jumping into the seat.
Hello. My name's Rob Green, 112 Clark's Lane, Utterson, Ontario. I have been a volunteer at Jimmy Joy's since January of 2024. I have intimate knowledge of its operation. I'm one of the people who helps with organizing the parking and keeping the cars off the railway track and in parking spots and making sure people arrive and leave safely. The Jimmy Joy's is kind of a special place. It's an intimate music place. It's something like nothing else. It's an innovation in a sense. North America has a long tradition of rural music halls. When I first visited it, it reminded me of a juke joint that I visited outside of Tallahassee, Florida, where you drove out in the country road and you got there and there was a little building and blues was playing, and it's very similar to what's going on at Jimmy Joy's. Jim and Joy are ambassadors for this town. The musicians that come through love it. Joy makes some delicious meals and they rave about it. There's a real family atmosphere and social cohesions that's happening at Jimmy Joy's. There's very many regular guests who come on almost every show. People get to know each other. It's a community place. I've also spoken to arts organizations in town, and it's providing a venue that doesn't exist in the town. It also helps to add with the clustering of music and arts in this community. It's definitely a place that I want to see continue in my community of Utterson, and I'd like it to be approved. Just a couple of things that Lanny might have missed. One of the things you should see is that along the railway tracks, CN's made these comments. The snowmobile track runs right beside it on the other side. No fence, any of that. The commenting agent has made a bunch of comments, and the town has the opportunity to take those comments or not. They're general comments. They ask for things like a noise and vibration study, but there's no sensitive use being proposed here. They've asked for things like a berm. There's a natural granite berm along the front of the property. And they've asked for a 6-foot fence. We're not building a prison here. So I think when looking at these things, the town might see that some of them aren't necessarily suited for this property, and might be able to move on with this application. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Randy Tipping, 1259-27 Tribble Road, Utterson. I have been to Jimmy Joy's 4 times. I think I was at one of their first concerts, and I was at their last concert. I am an avid lover of live music, small venues, 75 to 200 attendees. First time I was at Jimmy's, I walked in, and it's just a unique venue. The sound system is impeccable. The artists that he gets are not professional. They have full-time jobs. A lot are local. And there's a large demand for venues to have these types of shows. Jimmy says it's not for profit. I've held private concerts myself. I'm sure in many cases he's not even covering the costs of the acts. And it would be a shame for the music community for if Jimmy Joy's was not to proceed. Thank you.
Hi. This is on. Okay, my name is Douglas McLean. I live in Kearney, 163 Pettit Lane. I'm speaking here because I write and advocate for local artists in the Huntsville area, of which there are many. And Jimmy and I've known each other for a while. Jimmy and Joy came up with this passion dream of theirs to create a place where not only local musicians could play, but also would host artists who are rarely able to get to Huntsville because of cost considerations, and there's just no space for them, because you can't come to Algonquin Theater because you got to sell it out if you want to play here, and most aspiring artists can't do that. The other thing is that what Jimmy and Joy's are providing, not only the setting and the sound system, is the fact that you're getting an opportunity for Huntsville audiences to meet and interact with artists on a level that's not possible in any other venue. Even like the brewery houses and those things, just it's not possible. The other thing is that this is a place where you get to see what real musical artistry is about. I mean, this is where music comes from. It doesn't come from big shows or established Canadian artists or things like that. So I think it's really important that this council look at this in a much broader sense than just a technical perspective, and try to see this as something that adds something of incredible value to the community, to the artistic community, and to the people who live here. And I think this is something that should be really, truly considered. So that's my humble opinion on this event. And as far as the rail tracks goes, I mean, I think you just drive up the road and you cross them. There's no crossing guard there either. So, I mean, you're just as much risk, right? But anyway, they have lots of factors in place. They have colored, and I mean, I'm sure in this modern age, there must be some way of keeping people safe from going across the, and I've been there many times. I've never even seen a train go across there. So anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that. If
I
you
have
could
to
sign
sign
that
this?
paper.
Anybody else?
Good afternoon. I've known Jimmy quite a while. We've been in bands together. We're in another band again. I would speak to disconnect. There's so much disconnect in our world today. COVID. We're trying to recover from that from COVID. But there's more disconnect, and it's so multi-layered. And music is a great way to reconnect and reestablish. I'm a firm believer in community. I've watched the musical community and just the regular community and all these wonderful people here have come to support them. We have disconnected from life, we have disconnected from each other, and we need to bridge that. We need to bridge it. And I ask that you would approve this, not just for them, but for you to come to a jam night, right? It's a good time. It's a lot of fun. I am Mohawk, Anishinaabe, Cree, and Mi'kmaq. My name is Jennifer Fleming. Thank you for listening to me. Please keep in mind the disconnect.
Thank you very much. If you could sign that. Do I have anyone else that would like to speak to this?
I'm privileged to be here with all you guys. This, I think, is a miracle to bring this community together and show what humanity is really all about. I think they've done a terrific job, and I can see the emotions behind each and every one of them. And I know there's a lot of the legal aspects of this, but in the end, I think this is a great addition to the community. And this is what's going to bring young people out again. You know, there's a lot of people struggling mentally, and I think this is the community we need. We are developing greatly as a community, and this is kind of the next step forward, I believe. We need to work on bringing back life to Huntsville. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Hello, my name is Charles McKittrick. I live at 129 Candytown Lane in Port Sydney. And I myself am a musician, and I've been to Jimmy Joy's many times, and I've seen just what a fine place they have there and all the kinds of attention to detail. We heard about the sound system and the stage and things like that, but they also spare no expense when it comes to the safety protocols. And my partner has volunteered there before, so I've seen firsthand just what kind of safety protocols are in place. If they can be improved, then probably that's a good idea, but I don't see how they could at the moment. And just as a musician, I can speak to the importance of having a venue like this. Muskoka is such an artsy community, and it's really a unique place that does bring people together, as we've heard. And I don't want to be an echo chamber, but you know, it's super important to get people out of their house, get them off the screen, get them congregating, experience true fellowship. And that is something that this world is lacking. And not only that, but they are able to provide a good level of entertainment at a modest price, which is also something that inflation is taking away from us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Good afternoon, members of council, chair, and the public. This is the reason I'm here today, is to speak to this application. First of all, I want to say I'm in full support of what Jimmy and Joy are doing in Utterson, and I appreciate the fact that not only does it conform with our official plan, but it allows for an opportunity for the town of Huntsville to clarify CP and CN on their applications for crossings. I'm a bit of an expert when it comes to dealing with railway applications and railway safety issues from the Bala Falls. So I can speak honestly to an organization, both of them, that require them to work with the public. We have an existing crossing, so I understand the legalities of that, and I understand the applications and the certain loops and hoops that are required for Jimmy Joy's to proceed. And I haven't had the privilege of attending Jimmy Joy's yet, but I am fortunate to have a great many people in this community who come forward and let me know how they feel about things. And from unanimous consent across the community, they support this music venue and how it's being done and why it's being done. Now, this town has supported music venues before. We have ongoing Etwell concert series on a rural piece of property. We have Sandhill Nursery changing an application to become a musical venue. This very mayor and council had an emergency meeting just a few weeks ago in order to do an application for a liquor license for one of those musical venues. So obviously there's interest here in supporting musical venues. So once again, I just want to remind you that moving forward, this is the very thing that we need to be supporting, especially after the COVID mandates and the lockdowns that happened to us here. I also appreciate that Mayor Alcock has mentioned that you're going to be redoing your official plan. So I want you to take into consideration when you're doing your official plan, anything that you can do to support the kind of venue that Jimmy and Joy are providing to the people of this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? I see no hands. Before I turn it to council, I just have to say that, having the gallery filled with people that are of like mind, wanting this venue to continue, sends a great message to us. And I'll be the first of many, I'm sure, to say that we want to do everything we can to help this venue get up and running. Our hands are tied in several ways, but we want to do everything we can. So I won't say any more. I'm going to go to Councilor Fitzgerald first.
Thanks, Chair Stone, and I appreciate your comments, and thank you all for coming. I've been in contact with Jim and Joy on this issue, I guess, for quite a long time. And I think everyone around the table supports it and wants to see it happen. We have a few stumbling blocks. So, again, staff is in a situation where they have to follow the rules. And in some instances, we can forgive those rules. In this case, I'm not sure that it is. So we're here to discuss it today. I loved Lanny's proposal, and he comes up with a different perspective of what the use is. And I'm going to ask planning if they feel that through discussions that is an option that we could consider moving forward.
Madeline?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. So staff have been in contact with our risk management team, and essentially the town can't contract its way out of negligence by way of an agreement. So they've requested that if that is an option council wishes to explore, that the item be deferred today. That way staff can discuss with legal counsel on an appropriate way to move forward.
Follow up with that?
Follow up?
Thank you for that. So do we agree on the zoning that is presented by the applicant's representative?
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. So as stated in the official plan and through our policy review, the proposed use on the property is appropriate and is supported by the rural designation. However, there is this there is this roadblock essentially in the way, which is the consideration of CN's concerns.
Okay, so now, can I follow up?
Go ahead.
Chair, thank you. I've had the pleasure of dealing with CN in a few instances in business, and I remember in one instance it took me 5 years to get approval to run three-phase power under the track in my old hometown. And are there any ways around this? These are things we have to adhere to. We're bound by this. Like the berm seems ridiculous to me. The elevation, the topography between the track and the buildings in question. I don't know. You'd need 10,000 tankers to explode and rupture to have that, and at any risk level, a berm's not going to help that. Probably make the situation worse. As far as the fencing goes, it just seems like a misnomer to me. How many people cross the track with no safety measures at all by CN 2 minutes south? And what are the numbers per day? I'm sure it's greater than an event at this. So I wonder if we don't pursue discovering what are the true obligations to CN on behalf of the applicant.
Okay.
And I don't know who can respond to that, or we have to defer and do some more digging, but it doesn't seem like a reasonable expectation that this is put upon the applicant.
Thank you. Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. And once again, I'm really happy to be following Councillor Fitzgerald. This is absolutely goes without saying. Jim and Joy have done so much homework on this, and I don't think I've ever, in the time I've been on council, received as many letters in support of anything ever before. And to your point, Chair Stone, it's the same as having a full gallery of people in support and delightful support. There's a positive energy in the room, which is really palpable, and we can feel that. And so the old movie about "You Had Me At," and when I went out to visit Joy and Jim at the venue, and they had me then, probably before when I was inundated with a cajillion letters. There's no doubt, like anyone around the table, there's absolutely no doubt the importance of the venue. And as someone who does love the arts and culture in our community, always has, I hear you for sure and get it. So to me, it's a given from my perspective that we want to make this continue, happen, flourish, all of those things. So as sitting around this table, representing the municipality, we are obliged to what Councillor Fitzgerald said about once we know we have an issue, we have to deal with it. What I liked about what I heard today, though, is we have at least 2 other professional planners in the room, along with our really, really capable planning staff, who also have other expertise to draw on, that I feel like, I think it was the last speaker who said something to the effect of, I know there are a number of legal agreements to this or some things, but I know we can figure it out. And I really like that, because to me, I look at the experts that we have in this room. If we have the support around this table, we know that this is a very important venue. And I think, Lanny, you made reference to all along the tracks, that we'll find other venues of the sort, or where they have more activity, where they're having to cross tracks. How are they doing it elsewhere? What other agreements are out there? What has CN? I don't know if we can find that information, because probably CN holds on to that. But I just feel like on this one, let's figure it out. That's what I...
Councilor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Stone, and thank you to everybody for being here today. Thank you for Mayor Alcock's comments. I agree 100% with those comments. I met Jimmy at his property to see firsthand Jimmy Joy's music room, and so I think just like we've heard from everybody or a lot here today, we all agree that it's a good thing. We know it's a good thing. We know it serves a need in the community, and you know, it's a place for musicians to showcase their talent. And I really want to see this use approved, and I think everybody around the table does. You know, the CN rail crossing complicates the application. There's no doubt about that. Are some of the concerns valid? Maybe. I also think that some of the requests are too extreme, just like Councillor Fitzgerald said. The berm, ridiculous. The 6-foot fence, I have an issue with that. The vibration study, absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the buildings aren't changing. The buildings have been there a long time. That to me is just ridiculous. And yet we do have to work through the issues here. So I really liked Lanny Dennis's points. I thought he made some really good points. And I like the idea of having something in the planning permit approval process that would negate the town's liability as part of the condition of approval, because I think that that is really one of the big concerns with the planning department is the liability aspect of it. So I would like to see staff explore the option of that first before we say to Mr. Brendish that, you know, we want you to go and spend X amount of dollars with the unknown of what it will result in.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Stone. Without saying what everybody else has already said, I think we know the tempo around the table already, and the issues involved. But I remember having a similar issue with the Trans-Canada Trail. Sorry to bring that up again, but along Highway 11, when they wanted to go along Hunters Bay, and we had an issue with MTO. They didn't want us put in there because a tire might fly off a vehicle and come down. So we had to put a fence up. But we jumped through those hoops. We worked with them, and we got the Trans-Canada Trail put in. So there's got to be options here for us, more options than what we're seeing. And I don't know who to speak to, but I think we should probably be putting a conditional motion on the floor that we can sort of sign off as the town of Huntsville and then leave the issue with CN, because I think that's that's your hurdle, not us by any means.
Madeline?
Sorry, through you, Chair Stone. I just want to clarify that the application is just being brought forward today for information. So that does leave staff and also the applicants through discussion, if you want to provide further direction on what you'd like to be explored, and I think we already have an idea, but we don't have to make a recommendation at today's meeting. So we can bring it back once those options have been further clarified and once we have further direction.
I'll go back to Deputy Mayor for a moment.
Thanks, Chair. So just the fact that we're already in September, and by the time this process goes through and you come back here, it'll probably be October at least, right? So I don't know if there's anything we can do in the interim. So that's my question. Is there anything we can do in the interim so he can play a drum or strum a guitar?
Are you looking for an answer for that? All right, I'm going to go to the director about this. Director Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Staff completely understand all of the implications and all of the comments that have been raised and the importance of having a venue of this nature available in Huntsville. However, there is this outstanding CN concern that's been raised. So if the town tries to approve it without any regard for CN's comments, then the municipality is opening itself up to significant liability, and we would not be, we wouldn't recommend that the council takes that route. What could happen is it could be conditionally approved with the condition that the issues with CN are sorted out. and I know that Mr. Dennis raised the question about can we remove liability through an agreement? We've been advised we can't at this point, and so that would take a lot more work to figure out if we could do that. But to move ahead with trying to address CN's concerns, council does have that opportunity today. However, and I will qualify that, the continued use of the music room wouldn't be able to happen until those conditions have been addressed.
Would it help for us to sit down with CN?
We have had discussions with CN, and they are waiting to see what the applicant's proposing to do to address the issues, which is why they requested I can't remember the exact wording, the trail or the crossing assessment to be done to determine if there are things, if the consultant provided the assessment and said, actually, we don't think there's anything that needs to happen to ensure this is a safer crossing, that would need to be reviewed by CN. But at this point, we haven't seen anything along those lines, so we can't get involved in that situation at this point because we don't know what is even required. CN gave a list of things that could be required, but they weren't all things that they said, absolutely, these things all have to be done, to my knowledge. Because there's two different sort of implications. There's if a train derails and hits the building, which is the one side of it, but it's also the actual crossing of people because it's an uncontrolled crossing. So that is where we're at.
Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I'll be really brief. I'm going back to, I really like the suggestion, what you just said about, I appreciate ongoing discussions between our staff and whoever at CN. But going back to the Hunters Bay Trail extension, I know this for a fact because it was really difficult with MTO. The discussions at the time were elevated to mayor, to the regional manager of whatever, and actually raised with the minister at the time to say this is crazy what's being asked for. So I think that's a very good suggestion, saying that it's a really important issue in our community, and I'd be happy to be guided to a meeting where I need to have that meeting to raise this. And it's actually a bit broader than this particular, as was raised by Ms. Peterson, that we bump up to with issues around CN. So it could be a broader issue, but I'm happy to participate in those other meetings if that would help. Probably with me, maybe it wouldn't help, but maybe Mayor Armour, he might be way better than I am. But I think that's a great suggestion.
All right, we're beyond protocol now. I'm going to go back to Jim. Jim would like to. Microphone.
Yes. A couple of things yesterday that we came across yesterday. I think Lanny mentioned it in his report there about the two different types of crossings, and then we may lay underneath the section 102 because the property has been split by CN, giving us no access any other way but over the tracks. And that really sort of, according to this, and this came from the consultant that we approached for our quote, and we had some conversation with her yesterday, Lanny and myself, and she mentioned that, if it is the case that we do fall underneath the section 102 crossing, all the expense and care of that crossing is the responsibility of CN. So I think that's something we should follow up on.
All right.
And the other thing I wanted to mention too, sorry, you wanted to.
No, I was just going to say, wrap it up.
Yeah, sorry. One thing I wanted to mention too is, right now we have a private use and we have a private house, and this may seem like a just a bit of a common sense thing or whatever, but at the end of the day, we can have parties at our house, and we can have an unlimited amount of people at those parties on a regular basis, which would be the exact same amount of traffic flow over our driveway. So in a sense, here's that's not an argument we can use because there's a legal thing there, but at the end of the day, it's a fact. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, so as we've been told, this is coming to us for information only. I don't know if we want to leave it here and leave it with the mayor's hands to make connection with CN and run with that. I will ask the mayor if
I think that it was proposed earlier by the deputy mayor that, is it possible that we could approve this conditionally on the issue around CN? And that we assume that with that condition, I don't know if I'm looking at you, Director Maxwell, if I said something that's...
Director Maxwell?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Stone. We do have an alternate resolution that speaks to the application being approved, conditional on CN's comments being addressed. And as part of that condition, staff can also work with the applicant and try and arrange a meeting of some format, if that would be helpful. And we can absolutely do that as well. So.
Then I would, if you have that in writing, I would certainly move that motion.
Okay. Exactly. No, I think you should add it, that we were going to work with it. Councilor Schumacher.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I just want to, confirm that they are not imposed, that it can continue. That's why I want the conditional ability to do that. And noting that they have addressed a number of the concerns, that they have set stuff up in place themselves. They mentioned, only allowing one car across the crossing right now, all the things that they are doing already in place until we get the resolution from CN. But I'm totally okay with us going provisionally with the implementation that they've been doing to be safe.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break, which we need anyway, and staff are going to work on this resolution. 10 minutes. All right, welcome back. All right, so as I mentioned, this was for information only. We do want to do a little short motion just to direct staff to move on, and hopefully things can transpire quickly. So I have a motion. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Whereas council supports in principle the community planning permit bylaw amendment, be it resolved that staff be directed to assist in facilitating the discussions with the applicant and CN to address CN's concerns. Any discussion? All in favor? And that carries unanimously. It's a step forward. It's not you're free to go and do it. We just need to work through this little bump, but we'll get there. We want to make it happen. All right. Okay, so we're going to move on. All right. Thank you. Now that all comments have been received, I declare these public meetings respecting the above applications to be concluded. We will now move into the non-public portion of the meeting. All right. All right, Madeline, you are speaking to the Kalon application.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, the subject is located at 170 Town Line Road East. The lot is designated waterfront in Huntsville's official plan and is under the waterfront residential 120-meter precinct with a natural constraints 2 overlay in the community planning permit bylaw. An application has been submitted to recognize the construction of a 31.5 square meter unenclosed deck and permit the construction of a dryland boathouse, a 23 square meter dryland boathouse, 23 square meter dock with attached wood landing on the lot. A Class 3 community planning permit is required to reduce the northern interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 0.2 meters for the unenclosed deck, 2.6 meters for the dryland boathouse, 0.4 meters for the dock, and 0.83 meters for the wood landing. Reduce the southern interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 0.59 meters for an unenclosed deck, 1.2 meters for a dryland boathouse, 0.4 meters for a dock, and 0.96 meters for a wood landing. Increase the permitted height of an unenclosed deck from 1 meter to 2.61 meters. Increase the maximum permitted floor area of an unenclosed deck from 30 meters squared to 31 square meters. Reduce the maximum required setback to the shoreline for an unenclosed deck from 5 meters to 3.2 meters. Increase the maximum permitted shoreline activity area from 1.6 meters to 6.7 meters. Reduce the minimum required setback from a cold water lake from 30 meters to 23 meters for the dryland boathouse, and reduce the minimum required setback from type 1 fish habitat to permit the proposed development. The subject lands are split into 2 portions, the larger containing the single detached dwelling and the smaller fronting onto Fairy Lake being the portion where development is being proposed. The applicants acquired the property in May of 2021. At the time, a floating dock, wood landing, and deck with dryland boathouse existed on the smaller portion of the property. It appears that none of the structures were established in a compliant manner or with benefit of building permits. The previous dryland boathouse and deck were removed, and an elevated 31.5 square meter deck was constructed without benefit of building and planning approvals. It should be noted that the new deck is larger and higher than the original structure. An application for a minor variance was considered by the Huntsville Committee of Adjustment in October 2022, where the outcome of the meeting was a postponement of the application to allow time for the applicants to work with staff on alternative options with less impact on lot coverage, side yard setbacks, and the environment. Since then, staff had had numerous discussions with the applicants and their agents. During these discussions, it was noted that an agreement registered on title of the lands in 1992 provided a description of how the smaller portion of the property is to be used. The agreement was made as a condition of the consent approval that created the lot and was entered into between the town and owners at the time. The agreement contained specific wording stating that the smaller portion on the lands shall only be used as a natural drainage course with the limitations of a 3-meter wide pedestrian walkway, one dock with a maximum width of 3 meters at the shoreline, and no boathouses, buildings, or other structures are permitted. It is assumed that the intent of the agreement was to ensure pedestrian access and to maintain a natural drainage course to Fairy Lake. The proposal has not changed significantly since first considered by the Huntsville Committee of Adjustment in October 2022, and the applicants have not demonstrated how they have revised the proposal to reduce lot coverage and side yard setbacks and mitigate impacts to the environment. Additionally, staff further requested that a fish habitat assessment be completed as the proposal is within proximity to Type 1 fish habitat along neighboring shorelines. However, no study was provided. As part of the application, the owners are requesting to have the existing agreement released from title on the lands to permit the current proposed development and are requesting that council consider the application without the requirement for a fish habitat assessment. The variations to the community planning permit bylaw as proposed have been grouped into 3 categories as outlined in the report, consisting of side yard setbacks, the dryland boathouse and dock, and natural constraints and shoreline development. In this instance, with the current agreement in place, any development other than that described as permitted would not be appropriate. However, looking beyond the agreement, it was noted that a more appropriate application, which addressed revegetation behind the deck area, a realignment in the dock position, and only a 1.5-meter wide, low-impact pathway would be most appropriate. The inclusion of a dryland boathouse limits the opportunity to provide buffering, privacy, and would appear to overcrowd this portion of the property due to the constraint in width and scale of the structures. The proposed dock realignment and extension would appear to be most appropriate, as the applicants would be aligning the dock within the property boundaries, removing the existing encroachment over the extended property line. Natural constraint mapping has identified Type 2 fish habitat abutting the property shoreline, Type 1 fish habitat abutting the immediate neighboring shorelines. Fairy Lake is a cold water lake and sloping of various degrees. Potential off-site and adverse impacts were not identified through this proposal, and impacts related to the proposed development have not been identified. The applicants are proposing a revegetation plan. However, due to the site's constraints, staff believe it would be beneficial for this plan to have been prepared alongside a technical assessment. No other information in regards to mitigation has been provided by the applicants, and it appears to be premature for staff to make a recommendation in this regard. Respecting the official plan, it's staff's opinion that the character of the waterfront designation could be more appropriately maintained by reducing the overall scale to preserve the natural environment, particularly related to topography and landscape, vegetation, and natural shorelines as outlined in the report. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. The Fairy Lake Association provided comments objecting to the application, which had been included in the report package. Additionally, 7 letters of objection were received in regards to the application and included in the report package. And since the posting of the agenda, an additional 2 letters of objection have been received, circulated to council. All letters of objection appear to be similar in their discussions of overdevelopment, degree of requested variations, and the size and scale of the proposed structures. Through staff's review and analysis, the application does not appear to meet the intent of the official plan, nor be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and staff do not think it's appropriate at this time to provide a recommendation. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. I'm now going to go to Mr. Dennis, who is the deputation that I moved from the front of the agenda.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Stone. Thanks for allowing my deputation to proceed. Lenny Dennis Planning, Box 254, Nova, Ontario, P0A1R0. I'd submitted a letter in advance of this presentation as well. represent 8 neighbors in the immediate area, and just to further the point, the Fairy Lake Association was also opposed to the application. I think that's a fair and accurate assessment of the proposal that presented by staff. There are 5 criteria in the CPP bylaw which are used to evaluate an application. The exceptions requested both individually and cumulatively are not appropriate, in my opinion. I'll quickly go through those 5 criteria. Is the proposal appropriate for the lands? There's an existing registered site plan, 1992, to restrict any structures except for a small, I believe it's a 3-meter wide dock and a 2.5 meter wide pathway to the shoreline to be constructed of natural material. The agreement is in place because of space limitation and natural constraints on the property. The property is narrow and steep, and with respect to the setbacks in the shoreline activity area, the setbacks in the shoreline activity area are unachievable, which furthers the intent of this agreement. I think that it's excessively beyond the maximum amount of shoreline width, which is only 1.7 meters. And even with this permission, no structures would be permitted because the minimum interior side yard setback is 6 meters, and you only have 22 feet roughly to work with, so it'll be overlapping. There's an extreme reduction in the interior side yard setbacks for all structures. There's additional built form in the front yard, new dryland boathouse, raised deck, large dock. Given the narrow dock, there seems to be a fair amount of congestion in and around the shoreline. It also appears not to comply with the 15-meter, 75% natural vegetation retention along the shoreline. Looks like there's inadequate existing natural vegetation along the lot lines to assist with minimizing the built form, particularly since there are abutting neighboring cottages beside the area of development. The setback reduction from 6 meters to 0.4 meters abutting both neighbor properties is significant, creating land use conflicts and incompatibility, the very reason for setbacks. I would respectfully request that the agreement remain intact. B, does the proposal take into account the unique characteristics of the lot? Site contains natural constraints 1 and 2. The shoreline is constrained by the width, and the recreational usability, of course, is at the shoreline. However, there will be a dock, 2 decks, canoe rack, all within 20 meters of the shoreline. That equates to about a total footprint of about 1,071 square feet in an area of about 1,474 square feet. So almost the entire area within 20 meters of the shoreline will be covered with built form. While a buffer is proposed between the existing deck and the proposed dryland boathouse, there is nothing at or near the shoreline that would assist from an ecological or visual perspective in terms of buffering. One thing I did note, and I haven't had a chance to, I didn't see a calculation related to maximum lot coverage on the property. Further to this point, under the, does the proposal take into account the unique characteristics of the lot? Fishery assessment has not been completed to demonstrate that the proposal takes into account the unique characteristics of the lot, such as the fish habitat and the steep slopes. Typically, a 30-meter setback is required, and additionally, all other shoreline structures are closer than the 30 meters. As I understand it, all or most of the shoreline structures have been built without the benefit of a building permit. I'll let staff clarify that. C, have potential off-site and adverse impacts been identified and mitigated where appropriate? There's been no fisheries assessment completed, so the potential off-site impacts have not been addressed. There's an existing dock that will be relocated to correct an encroachment. However, while the dock is being relocated, it is also being enlarged to twice its size. There are docks located 0.2 meters and 0.59 meters respectively along the side lot line. There's also a wood landing and a narrow dryland boathouse, all that require significant reductions to the interior side lot lines. D, is the development compatible with the surrounding land uses and character? The area is comprised of lots with much wider frontages and therefore less dense built form as it can spread out along the shoreline. The proposal is overcrowding the shoreline. Basically, it's too much built form too close to the water, in my opinion. E, does the proposal meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan? Generally, the town's official plan ensures that visual and ecological impacts both onshore and in the water are minimized by limiting mass and coverage in relationship to the size and frontage of the property. It also addresses the character of an area and requires that natural environment prevails over the built form. No additional studies I'm aware of have been provided, and there's an agreement in place to protect the environment. Even more important, as Fairy Lake is a cold water lake. The proposal intends to cover 100% of the shoreline frontage of the lot. The town standards and official plan and zoning bylaws 25%, or in this case, 1.7 meters, 5.51 feet. In my experience with the town, I'm unaware of this amount of shoreline coverage coming forward and being approved. And while there is some buffering noted on the site plan, it's too far back from the shoreline to have any real benefit, in my opinion. It is good that the existing dock is being brought into compliance by correcting an encroachment, but the goodwill is tempered by making the new dock larger and recognizing an existing wood deck and adding a dryland boathouse, not to mention the existing wood landing. While there's an existing raised wood landing and existing / proposed wood deck is being added, adding this is not reflecting the policy which requires vegetation to be retained and or restored. The amount of built form covering almost 100% of the side lot or the shoreline, side to side, and adding about 834 more square feet, including the existing wood landing of built form within 20 meters of the shoreline lot that has 22.34 feet frontage, is not proportionate and does not reflect the character of the area where there are much larger water frontages. Additionally, the proposed dryland boathouse and raised wooden deck also propose a reduction in the side yard setback, bringing built form and human activity closer to the abutting neighbors, reducing compatibility. The proposed dock, raised wooden deck, and proposed dryland boathouse with a reduction in the side yard setbacks, bringing them closer to the neighbors, does not reflect this policy. The dryland boathouse, even if it would comply with the 20-meter setback, which I think it's 30 meters, still requires a reduction in the side yard setbacks. Presently, it is proposed 20 meters from the shoreline, bringing it closer than the 30 meters. That's what's required when you're abutting type 1 fish habitat. The proposal by adding the existing / proposed wood deck is removing an area that is required under town policy to protect environment and minimize built form. Town zoning bylaw implements the policies of the official plan. There are sound reasons for these performance standards to ensure compatibility, preserve the character, and minimize environmental and visual impacts. To this end, the town zoning bylaw permits the maximum 25% of the shoreline used as an activity, in this case 1.68 meters, a minimum interior side yard requirement of 6 meters for accessory structures, a minimum setback from the cold water lake and type 1 fish habitat of 30 meters, maximum size of 30 square meters, and height of 1 meter for an enclosed deck. All this to say, to permit this proposed relief is required from these provisions, which are in place to ensure compatibility and minimize visual and ecological impacts. The idea is to minimize the mass and bulk along the shoreline and neighbors and ecological protection. On this lot with only 22.34 feet of frontage, this request is unreasonable to think that there will be no impacts on neighbors and the shoreline. The request in the relief, both cumulatively and individually, do not, in my opinion, meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan. In my opinion, the proposal does not pass the 5 criteria, and I would respectfully request committee recommend denial of the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I will call on the applicant or the representative to make some comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Marie's actually online, so she's going to start us off.
All right.
Chair Stone, I do have one hand raised. Can I bring them into the meeting?
Yes, that would be Marie, yes.
Good afternoon. Can you see and hear me?
I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Okay, well, it's probably a good thing. Good afternoon, good afternoon, your worship and members of council. Marie Poirier, Planning and Associates, 44 King William Street, Huntsville, Ontario. I'm going to start things off just to outline a few things, and then my planner, Cassie Sauer, is going to take you through a PowerPoint presentation to address the 5 criteria as well as the concerns of the neighbors. I'd like to start off by saying that this was a minor variance application that was made back in 2022, and it was deferred. The agent of the neighbor at that point advised that he thought it was more appropriate to ask for these reliefs through a CPP permit, and we obliged, and we are doing so. And hence, we have resubmitted this application for a Category 3 permit. I'd like to clarify a few things right off the bat, please. There is no new development here. The development agreement, which we found and brought to the town's attention, was signed in 1992, and development, we all assume, occurred shortly after that time, preceding any bylaws. And these developments have been around for almost 35 years. With no identification from neighbors or the town that there has been any adverse impacts coming from the development that's on this strip of land. This is a meeting for information purposes, and it's not a public meeting. And I would also please ask council and you, your worship, to ensure that there are no comments or discussions made with respect to the building permit or the lack thereof that triggered the whole notion of having to apply for planning relief. That is a matter before the Ontario Supreme Court of Justice and should not be discussed during the planning meeting or any meeting, open meeting of council. We found the development agreement on title. We spoke to staff and we spoke to Director Maxwell. Initially, it was determined that the development agreement was for drainage purposes. We consulted with professional engineer Dan Duke, and he has confirmed that there are drainage infrastructures on each side of this property line that goes down toward the lake, and that the development on the property is not impeding any surface flows. And it should be further noted that the dryland boathouse and the deck that we are referring to is up on stilts. There is, other than the landing, which is part of the stairs, there is no development that is actually sitting on the ground that's impeding any flows. We had some discussions with staff around fish habitat study. And the reason I did that is fish habitat studies are extremely expensive and onerous. This development has been around for 35 years. There is no impacts identified nor shown at the current time. And the type 1 fish habitat that is in the area is in front of the neighbor's property, where development has occurred within 20 meters of the type 1 fish habitat. So there is no type 1 fish habitat abutting the subject property. If there have been any impacts to fish habitat over the past 35 years, they've long occurred and long self-mitigated and would have done so on the neighbor's property where the type 1 fish habitat is located. So I've addressed the issue of drainage. I've addressed the issue of the existing development, the development agreement itself, and the requirement for fish habitat. Fish habitat study. I should tell you that in discussions with our client yesterday, they are willing to move the dryland boathouse, which occurred, which has been around for 35 years, back behind 30 meters, if that bodes well with council and the neighbors, just to eliminate any potential thoughts of any impact. However, it's my professional opinion, having a background in biology and fisheries, that a building up on stilts located 23 meters from the water's edge, not abutting type 1 fish habitat, will not have any effect on type 1 fish habitat any more than it has in the past 35 years. So at this point, if you will indulge, Mr. Chair and your worship, I'd like to turn this over to Cassie. She's going to do a PowerPoint. She's going to address how, in our professional planning opinion, the application does meet the 5 criteria for a Category 3 permit. And she's also going to address some of the concerns of the neighbors, which in many cases were unfortunately erroneous and directed at matters that don't have any planning merit. And then we'll wrap it up, and I would ask for your direction with respect to the development agreement, and if you share the opinion of the director and how we can proceed to legalize the
The property that my clients only bought 3 years ago with development that's existed over 35 years. Thank you kindly, and I'd like to turn it over to Cassie.
Thank you, Marie. Good afternoon, council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Cassie Sauer. Okay. 44 King William Street, Unit A, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H1G3. So along with Marie, I'm the acting agent for the owners of the subject property at 170 Town Line Road East. Like Marie said, this application started as a minor variance submitted by the owner. At the October 12th, 2022 Committee of Adjustment meeting, the application was deferred. Our firm was retained by the owner in November of 2022. So we note that a dock, wood landing, deck with a boathouse, and stairs all existed prior to our client owning the property. We have made revisions to the overall plan to address concerns from the October meeting. These are the changes that we made. We have determined the exact location of the boathouse and moved it further back from the water. The new application includes a revegetation plan, and the dock encroachment is being corrected and moved away from the property line. During the process, our firm discovered the development agreement, that is a topic of today, and we propose that we deal with it through a condition of a Class 3 CPP. Based on the Class 3 criteria, the planning merits in support of this application are articulated as follows. With respect to criteria 1, this application and proposal is for modest and appropriately scaled shoreline structures. Most importantly, these structures existed, and the changes we've made are improvements. For criteria 2, the narrow nature of the property should be considered a unique situation and treated as such. Although the frontage is deficient by bylaw standards, the development has existed for years and has not resulted in any impact. Until now, there has never been a complaint about the development. The nature of the dock being floating, the fact that all development is on piers, the development being several decades in age, and the fact that there is drainage infrastructure on either side of the property lines all take into account the unique characteristics of the property. For criteria 3, there will be no impact on fish habitat or wildlife. Where type 1 habitat does exist in front of the neighbor's property, development has occurred within 20 meters and we see no impact to the fish habitat. If any issues occurred, it would have already been evident from this development. Again, this is an existing development that is being amended to address the age structures on site. The new structures will replace what was there and represent an improvement from a planning perspective. Moreover, our consultation with a professional engineer indicated that the resulting development would not impede drainage. For criteria 4, we'll demonstrate in later slides that the proposal is compatible with the surrounding land uses. And for criteria 5, this is not an urban area. This is an improvement over existing development, and non-compliance issues have been brought forth in the application. So next, we'd like to address some of the neighbors' concerns. There was a concern in terms of simply that there's been no change in the new versus the old application. Our response is that we have determined the exact location of the boathouse, like I said, and we moved it further back from the property, from the water. The new application includes a revegetation plan, and the dock encroachment is being corrected and moved away from the property line. There was a concern that the proposal is not aligned with the development agreement. Our response is that as part of this application, we are proposing that a condition to the CPP would be to re-enter into a modern and relevant development agreement to recognize the proposed development. We have consulted with the professional engineer respecting the drainage function of Part 4. And then there were several concerns. I'll just go through them. There was one regarding cameras, breach, and neighbors' privacy. There was one regarding misleading information of their building permit, structures reducing property value, issues with pathway development, issues with process taken for planning and rule breaking. The structure that was ordered to be removed is still standing, and that our client has stopped paying their share of the neighborhood road maintenance fees. Our response is that these are not planning matters and can be addressed through other necessary means. Any matter respecting the building code or permits are matters of privacy and privilege and are before the Ontario Court of Justice. Council cannot discuss these matters in open council and in any case have no bearing on the merit of this planning application. There was a concern about the loss of vegetation in shoreline area. Our response is that this is not true as indicated by photography. Furthermore, a revegetation plan appropriate to the development and extent of Part 4 was provided in the PJR. The revegetation plan is consistent with the adjacent property shoreline vegetation and other properties within the area of the lake. There was a concern that this is not minor in nature. Our response is that this is not a minor variance. This is a Class 3 CPP. There is a concern that the shoreline is Fish 1 habitat and the setback is not sufficient. Our response is that the subject land is along Type 2 fish habitat. We are of the opinion that a dryland boathouse on piers set back 23 meters from the water does not need a biologist to undertake an impact study on a budding Type 1 fish habitat. The Type 1 fish habitat, which is actually located in front of the neighbor's property, has development in front of it and within a 30-meter setback. Any impacts from the development have already occurred and self-mitigated. There was a concern that the water frontage is too small for the development. Our response is that it is within the owner's right to ask for a Class 3 CPP. There are many undersized frontages on this land, and the planning consideration is impact, not numbers. And lastly, there was a concern that it does not meet the 4 tests. I know Lanny did present, but I'll just mention that this is not a minor variance, and therefore the 4 tests don't apply. So there's also been substantial development on the shoreline into the Type 1 fish habitat by the neighboring properties, as Marie and I both mentioned. And as you can see from these aerial photos, this slide shows the fish habitat overlay against the aerial photo from 2023. You can see the red outline of the subject property as well as the red outline indicating the subject property's current dock. It is evident that there has been shoreline development within both types of fish habitat. So next, I just want to review each structure on part for the property so that council can have a better understanding of their status. I'll just go through them quickly. The walkway and stairs, these existed prior to purchase. The owner is willing to convert them to a 1.5 meter low impact pathway if necessary. The proposed dryland boathouse, it existed in a location even closer to the shoreline prior to purchase. The owners proposed to improve the shoreline setback to 23 meters, and like Marie said, even 30 meters if needed. The proposed / existing wood deck, a smaller version existed prior to the purchase. Owners have demolished it and built a new one. We say that because the new one has actually been cut back to a reduced size, so it's actually the same size as what existed at the time of purchase. The existing wood landing, this existed prior to purchase. The existing dock, this existed prior to purchase, and the owner is moving it so that it is no longer encroaching. The proposed floating dock extension, this will be the existing dock plus the 23-meter extension. As a continuance of the neighbor concerns previously outlined, please note in this slide that the neighboring properties have developed shorelines. It is our opinion that the comprehensive visual impact of the proposed development is no different than what the neighboring properties have. Our proposal is very much in keeping with the shorelines, as you will see in the next slides. This is 131 Town Line Road East, 181 Town Line Road East, 221 Town Line Road East. This is Mica Mine Road. I don't have an address for this one, and this is also Micah Mine Road here. So this concludes the slideshow. Marie's here again to finish the presentation and to answer any questions. That's it from me. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much.
I'll just finish off, if I may, Your Worship, and draw your attention to some of the major points that Cassie pulled out, that in fact this development that has existed for several decades is in fact in character. It hasn't resulted in any impacts. There have been no impacts identified by neighbors or the town up to this point. And the whole question as to whether or not these existing structures are legal non-complying is a question that none of us, and I mean collectively staff and us, have been able to answer, because there's no township records for them. As a matter of fact, the township didn't even have any records on the development agreement. We found that through our search at the registry office, and we also couldn't find, the town couldn't find any records with respect to the consent application that resulted in the development agreement. So it's a little bit difficult. We're not claiming legal non-complying, but we are making the point that these structures likely existed for over 30 years. That the development agreement and the law was created back in 1992. So as I said, we're willing to move that dryland boathouse outside of a 30-meter setback, notwithstanding the development on neighboring properties closer. And we are seeking, please, your comments and direction with respect as to how we might be able to legalize this development and employ the recommendations that we put forward to improve the development of the property through revegetation plan, the relocation of structures, and the reduction of some size of structures. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to council now. Any comments or questions? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Stone. So I guess I'll be the first to wade into this. So here's what I think. So the reasons that were set out in the 1992 registered agreement, I think remain well-founded. I personally feel they should be kept in place. Council at the time had the hindsight when they were agreeing to sever this property to put those in place. I think the reason being entirely because of the small frontage of the property. When the applicant purchased the property, I would hope that the real estate lawyer would have made them quite aware of the registered agreement on title. The restrictions on what could have been developed at the water would have been discussed and acknowledged by the applicant at that time. The issues with the existing structures should have came to light at that time. That's my personal opinion. The agreement was put in place to guide appropriate development on this property. And based on that agreement alone, the applicant's proposal is not appropriate, in my opinion. I would not support an application that didn't follow the guidelines of the existing agreement. I think council should continue to rely on this agreement.
Thanks for that. Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Once again, I'm really happy I'm following Councillor Clark. I absolutely agree with everything you just said about the existing agreement. I know we're being asked to dissolve that agreement, but my view would be the circumstances haven't changed. It's a smaller frontage on the water, and I'm sure when the severance was done, it was done with that condition in mind, that there wouldn't be all kinds of development on that property because of the width of the frontage. So I really, and while I respect all of the things that you alluded to, Cassie, in your presentation, with all due respect, I think when it comes to fish habitat, and I know Marie made the same comment, that the mitigation's already occurred. And I feel like kind of difficult for you. You might feel that way. You might have every reason to believe that's the case. But there are other planners suggesting that that's our policy. We need that, especially when we're being asked to make all kinds of exceptions about a very narrow lot on the waterfront. And for me, anything to do with fish habitat and the environmental conditions around development, it's very important. So I personally find that a little bit dismissive of a policy that I think that we have in place for a reason. So that is a planning issue. And I know you made reference to other things that were not planning matters, but that's a planning matter. So that was important to me. I just feel at this point, I think Councillor Clark summed up the background and the legalities around this that were important, and I think that existing development agreement, regardless who found it, it does exist, and I think that it still stands the test today. So I couldn't approve this application if it was before us for approval.
Are there any other comments? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Chair Stone, and thank you, Your Worship, and Councillor Clark for your comments. I enjoyed the pictures with the comparators there, but the only comparator that we don't know in those comparisons is what percentage of frontage that makes up of amenity area. So I can show you a million pictures of small sheds and docks, but is the property 1,200 feet long on shoreline, or is it 50 feet long on the shoreline? Don't know. I'm looking at the pictures that were provided in our package. Structures don't look 35 years old to me. And to comment to the engineering report, there's no Marie's comment, there was no obstructions to the water flow. I'm looking at what appears to be debris from an old dock and old concrete piers, clearly infringing on the flow of water. So, just my 2 cents.
Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Stone. I just wanted to follow up with Councillor Fitzgerald's comments, and I was actually going to mention that, with all due respect to the applicant's planner, the examples that we're showing, they're comparisons with nothing as a point of reference. Is it through 200 feet of frontage? Is it 1,000 feet of frontage? We have no idea. So to me, those comparisons are really not even applicable here.
Madeline?
If I can maybe add to that, just through previous applications that have come through, specifically with some neighboring properties, those structures along the shoreline have actually, through an agreement, are required to be removed and pushed back. So through planning applications that do come in, we do try to bring shorelines into conformance. And if those neighboring properties were to come in and we identify that the existing structures are not in compliance, we do work with those landowners to bring it into compliance. So those actions have been taken on some of those properties that have been shown there as well. So I do think that's relevant information.
Thanks. Any other comments? All right. Before we move on, I do have some comments. So in 2021, the structure was built across the neighbor's property line without permits. They were ordered to remove the structure or get approval. So they came to Committee of Adjustment and was told it was way too much. Go back and bring something much smaller. They've been ordered to remove the structure and refused. The town has now hired lawyers to defend its removal. Now, 3 years later, the same proposal's back. I think that we may be trying to be goaded into denying the application so they can seek approval at the OLT appeal. And I won't play that game. I'm not prepared to rescind the agreement on title. So remove the structure, do the fish habitat study, and come back with something more resembling the agreement on title. And with that, we're going to move on to the next application. All right, Madeline, we're moving on to the Strickland application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, the subject property is located at 532 Skeleton Lake. The lot is designated waterfront in Huntsville's official plan and is under the waterfront residential 120-meter precinct with the natural constraints 2 overlay in the community planning permit bylaw. Oh, sorry, forgetting to advance. So an application was submitted for a community planning permit to facilitate the development of the subject lands, including the construction of a 207.5 square meter dwelling with 48 square meter attached deck and 40 square meter screened-in porch, an 80 square meter private cabin, including a 20 square meter covered porch, and 33.5 square meter attached deck, and a 100 square meter boathouse with attached flat roof boat port and 104 square meter dock. A Class 3 community planning permit is required to increase the maximum permitted height of the boathouse from 4 meters to 5 meters for a boathouse with a shed roof, increase the maximum permitted cumulative width of shoreline structures and amenity areas from 15 meters to 19.8 meters, and permit an increase in the maximum permitted floor area for a private cabin from 60 square meters to 80 square meters to include a 60 square meter private cabin portion with a 20 square meter covered porch. The application would be conditional on the owner entering into an agreement with the town to implement the recommendations of a fish habitat assessment and to confirm that shoreline revegetation works will be completed. Also, the site plan being revised to include wording that the private cabin is to contain a 20 square meter covered porch. Upon the conditions of provisional approval being fulfilled, a Class 3 community planning permit would be issued with the final conditions as listed in the report. The proposal includes the removal of the existing single detached dwelling, various accessory structures, and a wooden walkway connecting them throughout the site. The proposed dwelling is being located further from the shoreline than the existing dwelling, and the proposed location of the boathouse maintains a significant distance from neighboring property lines to ensure privacy and has been sited to avoid the shallow beach area towards the central portion of the shoreline. Due to the design of the shed roof of the boathouse, height is measured to the peak of the roof rather than to the midpoint, which has resulted in the height variation. And you can see that in the elevation drawings. In regards to the private cabin, the proposed structure is to be sited slightly further from the shoreline than the dwelling and is to maintain significant vegetation surrounding it, which mitigates visual impacts from Skeleton Lake and neighboring properties. The applicant is proposing to have a 20 square meter covered porch area with an 80 square meter footprint, which has contributed to the increase in size of the structure. The proposal maintains appropriate setbacks from the shoreline and all property lines, contains significant vegetation between the proposed cleared area for development and the shoreline, which limits visual impacts, and utilizes an existing cleared area on the site and adds works to revegetate within the shoreline buffer. The proposed structures do not overdevelop the property as coverage limits are met and the increase to shoreline activity area has been identified as being a technical increase due to the curvature of the shoreline. The proposed boathouse does not exceed a width of 15 meters. However, from the angle it is proposed, if viewed from the water, would appear to be greater than 15 meters. All encompassing, the proposal appears to maintain the character and intent of the waterfront designation. Natural constraint mapping identifies the shoreline as unevaluated for fish habitat, Skeleton Lake being a cold water lake and portions of steep slopes of various degrees on the property. Through a fish habitat assessment prepared by Riverstone, the shoreline was identified as being type 2 fish habitat. The report did not identify areas to revegetate. However, staff requested the applicants revegetate portions of the shoreline where the wood walkway and wood deck are intended to be removed. Due to the proposed dwelling and private cabin being sited more than 30 meters from the shoreline, impacts to the cold water lake are mitigated. And additionally, the proposed new septic system is shown to be placed behind the proposed dwelling, which moves it further from the shoreline than the existing septic location and places it a significant distance away. The property does contain various degrees of sloping. However, steep slopes have not been identified and vegetation is to remain on all portions of the property as shown on the drawing. The application was circulated in accordance with the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. The Skeleton Lake Association provided comments which identified concerns with the size of the private cabin. The comments were included in the report package. Additionally, one concern from a neighboring property owner was raised in regard to vegetation removal and the location of the proposed private cabin. The applicants have since altered the plans to show a more condensed, cleared area and have shifted the proposed dwelling and private cabin further away from the abutting property line. Notes from the neighbor were also included in the report package. To address the concerns with respect to the private cabin, staff have included a condition that the site plan drawing be revised to include labeling that a 20 square meter portion of the proposed structure will be allocated to the covered porch. And through staff's review and analysis, the application appears to meet the intent of the official plan and is consistent with the provincial policy statement. And as such, staff are recommending the application be provisionally approved, subject to the recommendations as listed in the report package. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make comments.
Good afternoon, Chair Stone and members of council. I'm Ted Williams at Williams Surveying, 387 Muskoka Road 3 North. It's been a while since I've been here. I was interested to see on the way in that at the bottom of the stairs it says no alcohol beyond this point, and I was wondering if that referred to council
We can still drink in
or
here.
what that was
Did you
for.
want some?
Well, I'm almost to the point after today's meeting, you know. Wow.
You think this is water?
Thank you, Madeline, for going through that. You've made a good presentation there that I think is represents what's planned. The proposal, in my opinion, conforms to the intent of the OPP and the CPP. Sorry, the OP, the official plan, and the community planning permit. And it represents a significant improvement over what's on the property right now. As well, enhanced protection measures are included in this proposal. With respect to the variance for the boathouse width, the shoreline activity area width, you'll see, are you able to bring up the drawing of the site plan? And I don't know if we can zoom in on the boathouse or not. Ooh, almost. Okay, but basically the boathouse is 15 meters wide, and there's no definition in the CPP as to how the width of the boathouse is to be measured, other than the width shall be measured from the outer edge of the deck or dock. So staff has come up with a definition that, in my mind, is significantly different than what's stated in the CPP. But be that as it may, the boathouse is the width of the boathouse, which is roughly 50, the dock structure is 15 meters. The height of the shed roof is different than the height of a gable roof in that the definition requires you go to the peak of the shed rather than the midpoint of the gable. And that makes it very difficult to design a decent looking building with such a low sloped roof. This is an existing lot of record, and it is a decent size. The straight line frontage is 75 meters or 246 feet. However, because of the bay on the property, the wetted edge is 110 meters or 360 feet. So there's quite a bit of frontage here. Riverstone has done the environmental report, and their conclusion is it is at best type 2 fish habitat, and that the proposed development will not have direct impacts on the fish habitat. The water setback is increased from 17 meters for the existing building to 30 meters for the dry land buildings, being the bunkie and the cottage. And Mr. Strickland, the applicant, who is here today and I think would like to say a few words following mine, is agreeable to complying with staff recommendations as outlined in attachments 1 and 2 on the staff report. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that
Excellent.
arise.
Thank you very much. Council members, any comments or questions? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, everyone, for Madeline for your report and Ted for sharing your comments with us. I couldn't agree with you more on the shed dormer height. I think we're going to try and address that in our future CPP discussions. So, well noted.
Anything else? All right.
Thank you.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve Community Planning Permit Application CPP 45 2024 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to provide relief from sections 2.4.3, 2.4.4, and 4.3.3 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended. 2. Increase the maximum permitted height for a boathouse from 4 meters to 5 meters for a boathouse with a shed roof. Increase the maximum permitted cumulative width of shoreline structures and amenity areas from 15 meters to 19.8 meters. Permit an increase of a maximum permitted floor area for a private cabin from 60 square meters to 80 square meters to include a 60 square meter private cabin with a 20 square meter covered porch. All to permit the construction of a 207.5 square meter single detached dwelling with a 48 square meter attached deck and 40 square meter screened in porch and an 80 square meter private cabin with 33.5 square meter attached deck and a 100 square meter boathouse with attached flat roofed boat port and 104 square meter dock, conditional on conditions of approval, provisional approval as listed in attachment 1 to report DEV 2024-86 being fulfilled. And further that upon conditions of provisional approval being fulfilled in accordance with subsection 1.17 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended, a Class 3 community planning permit be issued to authorize the above described development conditional on development being carried out in accordance with the conditions as listed in attachment number 2 to development DEV 2024-86. Comments or questions? All in favor? And that carries. All right, Madeline, you got one more with us, the King Shot application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, Mr. Chair, the subject property is located at 3901 Aspidon Road. The lot is designated waterfront in Huntsville's official plan and is under the waterfront residential 120-meter precinct with a natural constraints 2 overlay in the community planning permit bylaw. The application has been submitted to permit the construction of a 48 square meter addition and 100 square meter deck and stairway addition to an existing 160 square meter legal non-complying single detached dwelling, a 96 square meter boathouse, and 34 square meter dock, and recognize an existing 8 square meter sauna structure. A Class 3 community planning permit is required to permit a maximum shoreline activity area width of 30.6 meters, permit a 148 square meter increase in size to an existing non-complying dwelling, reduce the setback from type 1 fish habitat and to a cold water lake from 30 meters to 10 meters to recognize an existing 8 square meter sauna, 14.6 meters for a 100 square meter deck and stairway addition, and 24.9 meters for a 48 square meter dwelling addition. Reduce the front yard setback from 20 meters to 10.7 meters to recognize an existing sauna, and 14.6 meters for a deck and stairway addition. and increase the number of roofed accessory structures from 3 to 4. The application would be conditional on the owner entering into an agreement with the town to implement the recommendations of a fish habitat assessment and the owner submitting a building permit application for the sauna structure. Upon the conditions of provisional approval being fulfilled, a Class 3 community planning permit would be issued with the final conditions as listed in the report. The existing single detached dwelling has an estimated construction date of 2001, and the Dryland Boathouse has an estimated construction date of 1931, according to MPAC. As part of this application, the location of the sauna structure requires recognition as there were no planning approvals or building permits on file. Expansions to non-complying structures are permitted, provided they do not exceed the height of the existing structure. In this instance, the proposed dwelling and deck addition will maintain the same height as the existing dwelling and have been designed to be of a similar scale and massing. The proposed additions and accessory structures are within the permitted lot coverage requirements for this property and are suitably sized for the lot. The existing shoreline buffer in the developed portion of the property is currently cleared with grass and development to a width of approximately 47 meters. As part of the application, revegetation is proposed within this area, and the applicants have proposed to reduce the shoreline activity area width to 30 meters. Although this still exceeds what is permitted as of right, it is a large improvement to the existing conditions. The activity area width that is being proposed will consist of the Dryland Boathouse, sauna, portion of the proposed deck, wood platform, and dock and boathouse. The property is bound by Aspidon Road and Skeleton Lake, leaving the western portion very narrow with steep terrain. This portion of the property contains a pathway to the existing dock, which will be replaced with the proposed boathouse. The proposed revegetation will allow the eastern section of the shoreline to better blend into the western portion. Natural constraint mapping has identified type 1 fish habitat, unevaluated fish habitat, cold water lake, and steep slopes. A fish habitat assessment prepared by Riverstone states that the type 1 fish habitat mapped on the property is likely due to the presence of stream mouths providing migration and nursery habitat, and has considered the entire frontage of the property to be type 2. While the proposal will increase the amount of development within the setback to the shoreline, the potential impacts of the development are expected to be minimal, assuming appropriate mitigation measures are taken and the shoreline buffer is revegetated. The proposed boathouse is sited in an appropriate location outside of any area identified as type 1 fish habitat, and additionally, with Skeleton Lake being a cold water lake, the proposal will not meet the 30-meter setback. However, where it's not possible, a lesser setback can be considered where on-site phosphorus management and impact mitigation measures are implemented. And in this instance, the existing dwelling position contributes to the inability to meet the required setbacks, and the septic system is being maintained in its existing location, which is greater than 45 meters from the shoreline. The application was circulated in accordance with the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. The Skeleton Lake Association provided comments which were included in the report package. Additionally, one concern from a neighboring property owner was received after the agenda was posted, and this concern was circulated to council. The comments include discussion on preserving views across the water and steep slopes in relation to the location of the proposed boathouse. Through staff's review and analysis, the application appears to meet the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and as such, staff are recommending that the application be provisionally approved, subject to the recommendations listed in the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'll call on the applicant or representative to make any comments. Are they online?
Chair Stone, I do see the agent present online. I'll now bring them into the meeting.
Please.
Good afternoon, Chair Stone, members of committee. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Mirror it again for some reason. I seem to have technical
No,
difficulties here.
not, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, to keep going, then I will keep going. I'll try not to look at the other me on the screen here. Yeah, thank you, Alan, for bringing this matter forward. I think staff done a great job working with us, and I really appreciate that on getting this application to this point. It's an interesting application. I think it bears a lot of similarities to Ted Williams' application that immediately preceded mine here. We're talking about development on an existing developed property on Skeleton Lake that is of course full water lake, so I think that's a consideration. The presence of Type 1 fish habitat was identified on this property, although Riverstone prepared a very thorough fish habitat assessment that actually concluded in part that it was likely in error that the Type 1 fish habitat designation was applied to the proponent's property, whereas the creek outlet that would probably form more significant Type 1 fish habitat is actually to the west across the bay. And the report concluded that essentially the entire frontage of the proponent's property here on the subject lands would be more aptly considered Type 2 fish habitat with much less potential for impact from development. Notwithstanding that, we have taken every measure here with this proposal to ensure that the development's minimally impactful. The proposed boathouse is going to be located in the same location as the existing dock and shoreline access on the property. One, to ensure that we're not creating a new development envelope and requiring additional removal of vegetation and clearing and site alteration. And two, because that location was picked initially for the dock as it was probably the most suitable location on the property's frontage to accommodate water access. And that's also a similarity between this proposal and the one immediately preceding, where we heard the boathouse had to be located in that certain location due to water depth issues. And that's certainly the case here on this property as well. As Madeline mentioned, and as you might have seen in the photos, there's a natural beach area that abuts the area that where the dwelling occupies. And that extends out into the water quite a ways. It's very shallow. You can kind of walk and wade into sand. And that's very typical of this side of Skeleton Lake. As far as the variances or the items of relief that we're requesting, at first blush, it may seem like we're asking for a lot, but we're essentially doubling up a lot of the requests because we're asking for reductions in both setbacks and Type 1 fish habitat as well as setbacks from the front yard setback requirement. So it's basically two asks for the same thing. And in order to mitigate the impacts of those requests for reduced setbacks, both for existing structures, as you've heard, in the form of the small existing sauna building, as well as for the proposed addition to the dwelling for a Muskoka room and a deck. Those impacts are proposed to be offset and mitigated by revegetation in front of the dwelling, which will essentially turn this entire 1,400-foot frontage on this property into an intact vegetative buffer, with obviously the exceptions of the existing structures and the proposed boathouse. But I think that's quite a big win in terms of environmental sustainability for this property and for this portion of the lake. And I believe that even the Skeleton Lake Association kind of picked up on that in their comments. They noted that, it seems like there's a lot of variances being asked for, but it sounds like the impact is minimal, and we can get behind that. And absolutely, I concur with that sentiment. Something else interesting to note is that although we are asking for basically a little more than a doubling of the shoreline amenity area width that would be permitted to be developed on this property, when you take all the cumulative widths of the shoreline disturbance areas together, this property, of course, has about 1,400 feet of bylaw frontage. And if you count the lineal or chord frontage, the actual shoreline itself with its curvature, you get about 1,600 feet of frontage. So we're, depending on how you slice it, 4 to 7 times the minimum shoreline frontage for lots in waterfront precincts in the town of Huntsville. And there's been a lot of discussion today. I've been tuning in for a good chunk of today's meeting. There's been a lot of discussion on things perhaps that council and staff can take forward to review of official plan and community planning permit process. As we've now kind of settled in, we've had the community planning permit in place for coming up on a year now, or over a year now. If I might be so bold, I would say that your neighbors in Lake of Bays Township recently implemented a community planning permit bylaw that carried forward a provision that they had used in their prior development permit bylaw that actually allows for additional shoreline amenity areas if you have more than double the minimum width of shoreline frontage that the bylaw requires. So for example, if your minimum is 60 meters and you have 120 meters, and you could have 15 meters of shoreline amenity area width on that 60-meter property, you can actually have 30 meters in Lake of Bays Township if you have double that shoreline frontage. And I think that's an interesting kind of mechanic to explore, because as the bylaw in Huntsville is worded now, you basically, if you have 60 meters of frontage and you're in the WR1 precinct, great, you can have 15 meters of shoreline amenity area width. If you have 1,000 meters of frontage, you can still only have 15 meters of shoreline width. So when we're talking about cumulative impact and visual impact and things like that, I think that's certainly something that's proportional to the amount of frontage you have, and I think that might be an interesting path to explore. But as far as this application goes, I think that this represents responsible and reasonable planning. We're representing, we're proposing a revegetation plan as part of this proposal that will take care of the existing lawn area and essentially kind of knit together or reform an intact vegetative buffer across this whole 1,400-foot frontage of this property. And I think that's a great thing. And yeah, in summary, I'm happy to answer any questions that council might have, and look forward to discussion on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council members, any comments or questions? Nobody's putting their hand up. All right, I'm not seeing anything. Let's read the motion, see what happens. What do you need? What, the web's down?
No.
All right, well, this is going to take me a while. I'm going to go ahead and read this. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve Community Planning Permit Application CPP 80 2024 HTE, the purpose and effect of which to permit the construction of a 48 square meter addition and a 100 square meter deck and stairway addition to an existing 160 square meter legal non-complying single detached dwelling, a 96 square meter boathouse and 34 square meter dock, and recognize an existing 8 square meter sauna structure, and provide relief from subsections 2.4.4, 2.15.6, and 2.15.7a, 2.16.4, 4.3.4, 4.3.4, Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97, as amended to permit the maximum shoreline activity area width of 30.6 meters, permit a 148 square meter increase in size to an existing non-complying dwelling, reduce the setback from type 1 fish habitat and to a cold water lake from 30 meters to 10.7 meters to recognize the existing sauna, 14.6 for a 100 square meter deck and stairway addition, and a 24.9 meter for a 48 square meter dwelling addition, and reduce the front yard setback from 20 meters to 10.7 meters to recognize an existing 8 square meter sauna and a 14.6 square meter, setback 14.6 meters for a 100 square meter deck and stairway addition, and increase the number of roofed accessory structures from 3 to 4. Conditional on conditions of approval as listed in attachment number 1 to report DEV 2024-87 being fulfilled. And further that, upon the conditions of provisional approval being fulfilled in accordance with the subsection 1.17 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended, a Class 3 Community Planning Permit be issued to authorize the above described development conditional on development being carried out in accordance with conditions as listed in attachment number 2 to report DEV 2024-87. Ooh. Comments, questions? All in favor? And that carries. Thanks, Madeline. And we got one more. It's been a long afternoon, hasn't it? It has. All right, Kelsey, you're speaking to the Bellhammer application.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chair, through you, the subject property is located at 286 West Point Sands. The property is within the waterfront designation in the official plan and within the waterfront residential 60-meter precinct with natural constraint 2 overlay. As you can see here, the application has been submitted to permit the construction of a 77 square meter addition to an existing 93 square meter legal non-conforming dwelling. A Class 3 council variation is needed to reduce the northern interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 2.7 meters for the deck addition only, reduce the setback from top of bank from steep slopes from 15 meters to 0 meters, increase the maximum number of persons to be accommodated in an inclinator from 2 to 4, and recognize the 16-meter cumulative width of the activity area. The existing dwelling is positioned already at the top of bank and with a non-complying northern interior side yard setback. The slopes constrain the proposed development and this setback reduction. Otherwise, the proposed deck and covered deck addition are compliant with the other required setbacks, lot coverage, and will be well away from the shoreline. So you can see there's the shoreline activity area, and this is the setback reduction area. The proposed development is also constrained because of the unique shape of the lot. As you can see here, there's kind of a notch out of the north side of the lot. The proportion of the north property lines juts out around the existing dwelling, which results in an interior side yard setback west and north of the dwelling. Development would be no closer than the existing north interior property line. However, it's 1.6 meters closer to the western, like the notch around it, than the existing deck. This is considered a minor deviation and considered appropriate with the unique configuration of the property. Developments from steep slopes are included in the CPP bylaw to ensure development is set back from hazardous natural constraints. The applicant provided a slope inspection and comments report prepared by Soil Engineering Limited. The report states that the existing development is on sound granite bedrock, and with the mitigation measures proposed in the letter, the author suggested the slopes would be stable. Looking at the other reliefs, the existing deck area and dryland boathouse at the shoreline, as well as the dock, resulted in a cumulative width of 16 meters. The policy regarding cumulative width restricts it to 25% of the shoreline frontage. Therefore, the permitted width would only be 7.5 meters. With the existing width considered appropriate, given the depth of these structures is about 3 meters, and the rest of the shoreline buffer has been left in a naturally vegetated state. Therefore, this is considered appropriate. There is an existing 4-person inclinator, whereas a 2-person inclinator is permitted. Given the only way to access the shoreline and not running up and down, it's a far distance, so is an inclinator. So this existing additional capacity is considered reasonable. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the CPP bylaw and to the Mary Lake Association. The Lake Association had no concerns. One letter was received for the application. The letter outlines the history of development on the property and the abutting property to the north, which used to be owned by one owner. The commenter had concerns regarding privacy with the deck addition. In conversations with the applicant, they have agreed to place a wooden privacy screen along the north side of the deck and retain vegetation along the abutting lot line to mitigate issues. There is an existing deck, and the addition would make the deck 0.6 meters wider. Therefore, the addition is considered minor on this side, and the impacts could be mitigated with the additions of these mitigation measures. A condition has been added to ensure the privacy screening and vegetation retention being implemented. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to conform with the intent of the official plan and the provincial policy statements, and that therefore staff are recommending provisional approval. Thank you so much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. Calling the applicant or representative. Come on down. Are you...
I'm Jessica Coker, Due North Design and Drafting Inc., 5 Riverhouse Lane, Huntsville, P1H OJ1. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Thank you, Kelsey, for your report. I'm here representing Dave and Karen Belhumeur as their building designer. They purchased their cottage in 2020, and we've been working together since early 2023 when they hired me to design a new deck and Muskoka room. When starting the planning process, we quickly discovered all of the non-compliant structures that existed on their property. Part of the application today is to recognize these non-compliant structures that have existed for many years, including the shoreline activity width, the inclinator, and the setbacks for the existing dwelling and deck. As Kelsey mentioned, you may have noticed the shape of the property boundaries and the odd jut out where the dwelling is on the north side. When the dwelling was constructed, it was built right on the northern property line. At the time, the subject property and the neighboring property to the north were owned by the same person. The northern property line between the two lots was reestablished to provide a buffer between the existing cottage and the new property line. Even with the adjusted boundaries, the existing cottage does not meet the required setbacks. There's currently a deck that extends 8 feet out from the dwelling towards the lake. It does not meet OBC requirements. The guardrail is also comprised of horizontal guard members, which are very unsafe and also do not comply with OBC. In an effort to make this deck safer and more functional, the owners are proposing to increase the deck an additional 4 feet towards the lake for a total depth of 12 feet. The proposed deck will not extend beyond the face of the existing dwelling toward the side property line. There was a letter of objection regarding the neighbor's privacy by extending the deck to 12 feet. The neighboring cottage was built within the last couple of years and was built in its location despite the proximity of my client's cottage. While I can sympathize that the dwellings are close to each other, I don't believe there will be any greater impact to the lack of privacy between the current 8-foot deck and the proposed 12-foot deck. If the deck is permitted to be built, the plans will include a privacy screen constructed on the north side of the deck, as the owners would also prefer more privacy. When considering the placement of the proposed Muskoka room, we purposefully placed it on the southern side of the dwelling in an effort to keep the main gathering area away from that neighboring property line. Regarding the other provisions, as Kelsey mentioned, we've had the geotechnical engineer visit the property. He doesn't have any concerns with the proposed deck in relation to the slope. And my clients have also been working with the town to purchase the shore road allowance, which may or may not already be finalized. That's all I have to add. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Council members, comments or questions? Come on, somebody. Okay. Moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Application CPP 18-2023-HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to provide relief from sections 2.4.4, 2.4.9, 2.15.4, 4.2.4 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended. 2, reduce the northern interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 2.7 meters for a deck addition only. Reduce the setback from the top bank of a steep slope from 15 meters to 0 meters. Increase the maximum number of persons to be accommodated on an inclinator from 2 to 4. and recognize the maximum cumulative width of 16 meters for a shoreline activity area. All to permit the construction of additions to an existing 93 square meter legal non-complying single detached dwelling, including a 54 square meter deck addition, 20 square meter covered deck addition, and 3 square meter covered entry addition, conditional on conditions of approval, provisional approval as listed in attachment number 5 to report DEV 2024-89 being fulfilled, and further that upon the conditions of provisional approval being fulfilled in accordance with subsection 1.17 of the Community Plan Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended, a Class 3 community planning permit be issued to authorize the above described development conditional on development being carried out in accordance with conditions as listed in attachment number 6 to report DEV 2024-89. Oh my God. Comments, questions? All in favor? And that's carried. All right, let's get out of here. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that Confirmation Bylaw 2024-92 be received and passed this 11th day of September 2024. All in favor? And that's carried. Moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that we do now hereby adjourn at 4:45 p.m. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thanks, everyone.